I am Andrew, call me Andy, please, Voice. And I was just recently confirmed on May 26th in the way that Hemingway describes bankruptcy. How do you fall? One of his characters in The Sun Also Rises is asked, you know, how did you go bankrupt? And he said, very slowly, then all at once. And that's what happened to my confirmation and nomination process. It took a year, and then on Thursday, May 26th, I got an email about 2 o'clock saying, we think you're about to be confirmed. And by 4 o'clock, it was over. And, you know, and unless you knew my number, nobody knew on the executive calendar. No one knew that it had happened for sure. Oh, thank you, thank you. That's very kind, and I've received such a warm welcome from everyone at ACUS, the Matt and the staff, and many of you who I've talked to and met over the first few days. Monday was my first day, so they really put me into the deep end of the pool in a hurry. I want to recognize members of the council and thank them for their support. Don McGann is here. I anticipate that Ron Cass is watching virtually from the Caribbean, and anyone else who's watching, forgive me for not acknowledging you by name. I want to thank a couple of council members who have left recently, Funmi Badejo and Nitin Shah. Left the council earlier in the spring when they left government to go on to other opportunities. So we wish them all the best in those. In terms of new members, since the last plenary session, we've welcomed 10 voting and non-voting members, and their names appear on the screen right now. This is really quite a job that the staff has done to coordinate what I'm saying with the screen, and I can see it here in front of me as well. So I thank them for that technology wizardry. I'd also like to thank 2 of our outgoing committee chairs, Connor Rosso and Corey Colianese, for the outstanding work chairing the Regulation Committee and the Rulemaking Committee, respectively, for many years. So thank you to them. Finally, I'd like to thank our hosts this morning, today, the George Washington University School of Law, for hosting the plenary session again for us. And our senior fellow, Alan Morrison, who is sitting over here and who is surprised that I recognize him. But he's a pretty famous face in Washington. He made the arrangements for us to be here. So thank you, Alan. Now, I can't go any further without extending my thanks, both personally and behalf on all of ACUS, all of us, to Matt Weiner for his Well, that was very nice. Thank you. So we're thanking Matt for, as you all know better than I, for outstanding service to ACUS over the past years. During the past 6 years, he's juggled 3 jobs: his day job as vice chairman and executive director, and then the extra duties of acting chair for almost as long as Paul Verkyle, perhaps about the same time that Paul was chair. One of the first things I did when I was approached about this was do some reading, and I came across Professor Bierman's valedictory piece to Matt, and I thought, oh boy, I've got a tough act to follow here, and we'll be filling in some pretty big shoes. If you haven't read that, I recommend that you read it. It's quite complimentary and appropriately about Matt. If I can get half as good reviews during my tenure as chairman, I'd be very satisfied with that. So on this note, speaking of Paul, I'd like to recognize Paul for a couple of words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to hear those words. tell you, you're heavyweight going down very slowly and then all at once, right?
Right.
So you don't know how slowly it is. I served from 2010 to 2015. My term of 5 years expired, sorry. And 2015, I stayed for additional 6 months and told President Obama and the White House, I'm giving them plenty of time to find a successor. So I was here 5.5 years. That was 2015. Now, slowly, 7 years later, you've arrived, and I can't tell you how pleased I am, having restarted the things and gotten it going, and now knowing we have our chairman. Also, the wonderful help we had in the interim from Matt, every bit as good as anybody's chairman. But thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Paul. Again, my name is Andy Foyce. I know that it's an unusual last name. Those of you who know French know that it's fois in French means times, the number of times you do something. It's pretty weird that I have a French last name because we're 100% Italian. So I think I have someone at Ellis Island in the 1920s to thank for the pronunciation of my last name. I come to ACUS from the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts, working for the federal judiciary. And if one can argue that ACUS is part of the administrative state, I have now worked in all 4 branches of the federal government. When I met the staff for the first time, I told them or talked to them about Yogi Berra, who we all know as the sayer of wise and funny things. I'm not sure all of them recognize the reference, some of the younger ones, but perhaps Yogi's fame transcends generations. So, he said things like it gets late early and nobody goes there because it's too crowded. And the one I want to quote is he was being honored at a dinner one time. And he supposedly said at the dinner when it was his time to speak, I want to thank everyone who made this night inevitable. And so I don't know that my confirmation was inevitable or my nomination, but I want to thank everyone who's responsible for it, who worked on my behalf and was helpful to my nomination and confirmation as chair. And that includes, of course, President Biden, the United States Senate, and several people at ACUS, Matt and Sean, and Harry and others. Thanks for all the help. And I want to thank all of you for your contributions to ACUS, the council, as I said, the assembly, and full membership for all you do. As I said, Monday was my first day, and today is also a special day. Today is my birthday, which I usually take off. So I got an email from Matt, congratulations on your confirmation and you're working on your birthday. But I'm happy to be here. It's the best birthday present ever. And Matt will be, thankfully, he agreed to run most of the business part of the meeting as he does so skillfully. So down to the business part that they trusted me with. I need to report briefly, as the statute requires, on the affairs of ACUS since the last plenary session. I'll start with our funding. We asked Congress, with the president's approval, of course, for an appropriation of $3.4 million. And I'm happy to report that we received that amount from Congress in March and are funded through this fiscal year. So thanks to Harry for that. I pledge to you work to be a good steward of our budget and make ACUS worthy of the confidence that the Congress has shown in us by funding us this year and for the past, what is it now? How long has it been, Paul, that we've been funded?
Since 2010.
Right, so for 12 years. Thank you. As for project, I'm pleased to say that I arrived with at least a dozen studies already underway that will keep ACUS busy for at least the next year. Most will result in committee proposed recommendations for the Assembly's consideration of future meetings. You'll find a full list of ongoing projects in your packets, and we'll continue to circulate that list in our monthly email update.
No, it's just.
Brief as to our pending.
There's nothing, okay.
Never mind.
Shut the camera off so I can do it. Is the sound on?
Yes, so, yeah, somebody needs to mute, please, or mute. We're in the moot courtroom. Could you mute? Thank you. In brief, our pending studies address topics such as the disclosure of agency legal materials, artificial intelligence in rulemaking, the timing of judicial review, enforcement manuals, uses of technology to improve public participation in agency decision-making, strategies for identifying and reducing unnecessary administrative burdens, and options for establishing a small claims patent court. Our research director, Reeve Bull, will provide more details on these this afternoon. Today's agenda also includes discussion of one important study, nationwide injunctions and federal regulatory programs, which I know a lot of people are interested in that subject. The Office of the Chairman continues to undertake initiatives to carry out ACUS's statutory charge to arrange for interchange among agencies of information potentially useful to improving administrative procedure. That's a mandate in the statute. Roundtables provide an invaluable forum for government officials to discuss matters with their counterparts at other agencies. We have several current roundtables, including the Interagency Roundtable, the Council of Independent Regulatory Agencies, the Council on Federal Agency Adjudication, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Advisory Group, and the Roundtable on Artificial Intelligence in Federal Agencies. Another roundtable will seek to identify helpful lessons for federal agencies in the administrative procedures of state and local governments. Through working groups, the Office of the Chairman brings together experts to develop model materials. Oh, thank you. Model materials collaboratively. Two working groups recently finalized a handbook to help agencies compile rulemaking records and a draft statute that would implement recommendation 2021-5, clarifying statutory access to judicial review of agency action. And that's the booklet that we have outside available for you in hard copy. Please take one. We transmitted the draft statute to key congressional committees and continue to share it widely. And we thank both working groups for their achievements with this book. A new working group will take up your proposal in recommendation 2021-10, 2021-10, and that is regulation of representatives in agency adjudicative proceedings that the Office of the Chairman developed model rules of representative conduct. A second new working group, co-led by the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, will develop materials for use in ADR programs. We look forward to working with both groups. Public forums provide an opportunity to expand the conversation about administrative procedure beyond ACUS. A recent forum organized with could you mute, please? Mute. A recent forum organized with the National Academy of Public Administration explored problems in the Senate confirmation process for executive branch appointees. There you go, slowly and then all at once, and potential reforms for that. Participants included ACUS members Ann Joseph O'Connell, Bertrell Ross, John Duffy, Max Steyer, and Renee Landers. If any of you are here, thank you very much for that. We thank them for their contributions. Publications. Publications keep ACUS members and the public informed about matters of administrative procedure. Information interchange bulletins offer one-page overviews of important topics. ACUS will issue its 24th bulletin this month. Another monthly series keeps agencies, Congress, and the public updated on adjudication-related developments. And we're well on our way to publishing our first statement of principles, which will provide a single convenient resource summarizing all ACUS recommendations on the disclosure of federal administrative materials. Todd Rubin of ACA staff, where is Todd? Back there. We'll talk to you about this project later. And we hope to issue other such statements in the future. Our most recent publication is the source book of federal judicial review statutes. Oh, actually, I stand corrected. This is the one that we have available for you outside, by senior fellow Jonathan Siegel. Based on a survey of the entire US Code, the source book analyzes hundreds of statutes governing how courts review agency actions. Congress should find this checklist for drafting judicial review statutes particularly helpful. And we extend our sincere thanks to Professor Siegel for his years of hard work, and our congratulations on a tremendous achievement. I also thank the current and former ACA staff who assisted him, and the Board of Advisors who provided invaluable input. The source book is available on our website, along with a spreadsheet cataloging all statutory provisions it surveys. And as I said, physical copies are available for you to pick up. In addition to these initiatives, the Office of the Chairman provides technical assistance to agencies in Congress and promotes implementation of Assembly recommendations across all branches of government. Matt will discuss recent implementation activities with you this afternoon. We have a full schedule ahead of us today, and I'll end this portion by saying that I look forward to working with the Council, Reeve Bull, Jeremy Grabois, and our Director of Public and Interagency Programs, and the rest of the ACUS staff to continue developing the agency's research agenda and external programming. Now we'll turn, by way of initial business, to the rules for debating and voting, which many of you, no doubt, are familiar with. The privilege of debate extends to all ACUS members. That includes ACUS's approximately 100 voting members who together constitute the assembly when, as today, you all sit in plenary, or we all sit in plenary session. And it includes our non-voting members as well. The voting members consist of all council members, government members, and public members. The non-voting members consist of all senior fellows, liaison representatives, and special counsel. Only voting members may move an amendment or vote. You have received instructions for participating in today's plenary session before today. That document provides separate instructions for in-person and virtual participants. As I said, this is our first hybrid plenary session. So we're still working out the bugs, so please be patient with all of us. For each recommendation, we'll start with the managers and council amendments, followed by the pre-submitted amendments. Only then will we consider first-degree amendments from the floor, which we hope will be few in number, consistent with our bylaws that state that all such amendments should be pre-submitted. Members here in person can seek recognition by raising their hand. Members participating virtually can seek recognition by sending a short chat message in Zoom, so indicated that you are seeking recognition. Send it to everyone, not just host only. State briefly why you seek recognition and nothing more. Please remain muted in, why can't I get that right? Muted in Zoom until you are recognized. Initial votes will be taken by yeas and nays, unless we can dispose of a matter by unanimous consent, which you all know that Matt is particularly adept at achieving, and will do as much as possible. If you object to an action on which unanimous consent is sought, members here in person should raise their hand, and members participating virtually should send a chat message saying, "I object," just like in court. When we call for a vote by yeas and nays, voting members who are here in person can vote by raising their blue voting cards, which are in your ID cards. If you don't have one, then check with one of the staff if you're a voting member. Voting members who are participating remotely should use the virtual hand raising function in Zoom. If you don't have that function or don't know how to use it, please indicate your vote by sending a chat message to everyone again and say yay or nay. Now we'll turn to some initial procedural business. The first item is approval of the minutes of the last session, the 76th session, which you'll find in your packets. Is there any objection to approval of the minutes from the last meeting? Without objection, then they're approved. Another time I need a gavel. The next item is the adoption of the resolution governing the order of business, which is in your packets as well. It provides, as reflected on the agenda, for 75 minutes of debate on each recommendation. The time allotted can be extended for an additional 30 minutes by majority vote. The resolution also provides, per our bylaws, that pre-submitted amendments will receive priority. Is there any objection to the approval of that resolution? And without objection, it is approved. We'll now turn to the recommendations and Office of the Chairman projects up for discussion. Before doing so, I'd like to thank our members, committee chairs, staff, and consultants for working so diligently this past spring in preparing these recommendations. I think the quality of them is reflected in the product. The agenda includes 3 committee proposed recommendations and 2 projects undertaken by the Office of the Chairman. As authorized by our bylaws, I have asked Matt, our Vice Chairman, to proceed over the debate on the recommendations and the discussion of the Office of Chairman projects. So with that, I will thank you and turn things over to Matt. Very much.
We all set, Jeremy? Thank you very much, Andy. Congratulations and happy birthday. And thank you also for your very kind and generous words. I wish I knew the person you described. I'm sure that he will help you in any way that he can with respect to the transition and beyond. And thank you also, Paul, for your kind and generous words. Our professional association goes back exactly 10 years last month, and it's been among the most meaningful of my career. Actually, now that I think about it, it goes back a little bit longer because you did sign my college diploma. All right, without further ado, Jeremy, may I just ask you to hand me that pile of recommendations? Thank you very much. All right, so we'll turn to the recommendations. Now, after introducing each recommendation, I'll turn to the consultant and committee chairs for brief remarks, and then we'll consider the manager's amendments. These consist of stylistic changes, some from members, some from the staff, but I expect can be adopted by unanimous consent. General debate will follow the adoption of the manager's amendments. We'll then consider in the following order council amendments, pre-submitted amendments, and any floor amendments that you may have. You'll find in your packets, printed packets for those of you who are in the room, each recommendation in both clean and red line form. The clean version represents the recommendation without any amendments. Version on the screen. Let's turn to contractors and rulemaking. Before we do that, can we confirm that we have Carrie Colonese on the phone? Or excuse me, on the Zoom?
Confirm. Can you hear me?
Yes, Carrie, thank you. And we also have among other council members, Ron Cass, who I know may want to speak to certain aspects of this recommendation. Are you there, Ron?
I am, although I'm working on my mute and unmute buttons.
Terrific. Well, welcome from Jamaica, Ron. We're very glad to have you along with the other council members. This recommendation comes from the Committee on Rulemaking. I'd like to thank our committee chair, Carrie Colonese, our consultants, excellent consultants, Bridget Dooling and Rachel Potter, and our staff counsel, Kajwa Nawaki. I would like to note that Bridget is a senior fellow and as a result is participating today only in her capacity as a consultant. Bridget is also a senior fellow who would otherwise have the privilege of debate. We'll first hear from Rachel on the report and then Carrie on the committee's work. But before I turn it over to Rachel, I would like to just say one word about Carrie. As the chairman indicated in his opening remarks, This is Carrie's last project as a committee chair. Fortunately for Carrie, but unfortunately for ACUS, Carrie will reach the end of his third and final term as an ACUS public member, and with it, the end of his chairpersonship. Carrie led the rulemaking committee to consensus on some of our most challenging projects. Thank you, Carrie, for generously sharing your talents with ACUS and always making time for us in your unenviably busy schedule. So with that, we'll turn it over to Rachel to hear about the report.
Thank you for that introduction, Matt. Bridget and I wanted to start by thanking ACUS, both the leadership and the staff, for the tremendous support we've received in doing this project from them. At the outset of this project, we knew very little about what contractors are doing in rulemaking across federal agencies. Much of what we knew was very anecdotal. So our goal in this project was to provide a descriptive contribution and to draw out what does contracting look like with respect to rulemaking across federal agencies, and to map out where any potential problems or issues might lie. In doing this, we began by surveying the academic literature from administrative law, public administration, political science, and economics. We then conducted interviews with 45 current and former agency officials, contractors, and experts in the field. We also conducted a survey of frontline agency rulemaking officials via unified agenda contacts. From this research enterprise, we learned a lot. One of the core things that we contribute in this report is an understanding of the tasks that contractors perform in rulemaking. And they really run the gamut from purely ministerial tasks like downloading comments from regulations.gov to much more substantive work, such as writing the first draft of a proposed rule or editing what an agency has done, and everything in between. And it's not that one contractor is doing all of those things, although sometimes contractors perform many roles. But we did see contractors doing things like managing public comments, using AI tools, and helping agencies develop models for regulatory impact analysis. We also learned a lot about how agencies perceive rulemaking, contractors in rulemaking. So as you've seen in the recommendations from ACUS, the inherently governmental function standard is the key sort of legal issue here. And what we found is that sometimes agencies, most of the time agency officials are aware that there's some kind of line out there. They don't always know the term IGF or how it applies systematically for rules in their agency. We also encountered different attitudes to just the basic idea of using contractors in rulemaking. So some people we got in touch with were offended that we asked that they would even use contractors in rulemaking, that they felt that that was a really inappropriate thing, given the sort of deep import that's associated with rulemaking. And other people at the far end of that sort of continuum said, how would we do this job if we didn't have contractor help? So it was really a diverse set of responses across federal agencies. We wanted to highlight one thing in thinking about the ethics restrictions. So many of us are familiar with ethics restrictions as they apply to federal employees. They're much looser when we think about contractors, that web of laws. And so that in terms of what we learned in the report raises some interesting questions and points of discussion with respect to transparency. So within agencies, we found that often the close rulemaking team knew who was a contractor and who was a agency official. But as you moved out sort of farther across the agency, it wasn't always clear to leadership say which contractors worked on which rules. And from outside, for folks like all of us or many of us, it's very hard to tell, to look at a particular rulemaking project and see what contractors did vis-a-vis agency officials. Finally, we were laser focused on contractors, but that's not the only way that agencies get help in rulemaking. They do all other kinds of things that they told us about, like rehiring former federal employees, working with federally funded research and development centers, which are entities established by Congress, and also doing things like borrowing another agency's rulemaking contract and bringing that over and using that contract in their agency. So I don't want to take up too much time this morning, but Bridget and I are here on standby to answer any questions about the report or anything we might have learned in the process of doing this report. So I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and thank you, Bridget, as well. Of course, Carrie, we'll hear from you now.
Thank you very much, Matt, for recognizing me, and I'm looking forward to the plenary discussion on this recommendation. First, let me offer my own congratulations to Chairman Foyce and my sincere thanks to Matt over the years. With respect to this proposed recommendation, the committee met on 3 occasions and engaged in, as committees are wont to do, a very robust dialogue about the general issues of contractors in rulemaking and the very terms that reached the paper that you have in front of you. I want to thank all of the committee members for their sincerity and collegiality and probity in this process. I also want to thank our contractors, our consultants, if you will, for producing an excellent report, and thank the ACUS staff and Kasia in particular for supporting it. Let me just say 2 things about the report that I think are important. One is, and this was made explicit in the consultant's report itself, and the consultants shared it with the committee early on. And I think it's important for the plenary to understand. The consultant report doesn't necessarily give us a sense of the distribution of where contractors are being used more frequently or not. It gives us, it's an outstanding report, makes a significant advance in our understanding of the role of contractors in rulemaking, but it really doesn't tell us how many people are on the various ends of the spectrum that Rachel articulated, nor in the middle. But we do see the great diversity. The second thing is that the report really didn't surface, nor did the committee discussion, a tremendous set of tangible problems with the use of contractors in rulemaking. But I think it would be fair to say the discussion was characterized as appropriate concern and caution about the possibility of problems emerging. And so with that as a basis, let me just say that the recommendation, I think, is an appropriate set of guidelines for agencies to follow in terms of best practices for managing the role of contractors in the rulemaking process, providing disclosure within the agency and to the public, and making sure that there is appropriate oversight by agency officials in the process. I appreciate the amendments that have been added to the proposed recommendation by the managers, by the staff, and at the behest of the council, and the proposed amendments by the conference members, which I think help strengthen the proposed recommendation. With that, I will look forward to your conversation, questions, and I hope endorsement of this proposed recommendations as proposed to be amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, for your presentation. We'll now turn to general discussion. Are there any members who wish to be heard? Paul, you're the most appropriate person to speak first as the author of a path-breaking book entitled Outsourcing Sovereignty.
Thank you. I will just say a few words generally. I admire our contractors' work here. And it shows how important it is to have contractors. We have to live with contractors. There are many more of them than us being government employees or officials, which I once was. They outnumber us by 4 to 1 at least. We don't know the actual numbers. And the issues that were raised are perfectly timed. The empirical work is wonderful because we see the wide variety in compliance and interest in these agencies, and we have to identify it. I am very concerned about what I called outsourcing sovereignty or the problem of inherent government functions. It is not acceptable that agencies just sign off on rules prepared by contractors. They have to be part of the process. Contractors have to be shown some limits, and that's crucial. Also, the ethics issues which are raised need to be considered. I only mention one, McKinsey. McKinsey represents, at one point, as you may well know, was representing the FDA while they were also representing the industry in the opiate problems. That's something that's been brought to bear. There's many more of those potential problems. And finally, I just want to say there are alternatives to contractors that you've brought out, SGEs. I like IPAs under the Intergovernmental Personnel Act, which we used effectively at ACUS. We could hire people like John Siegel, for example, to be our research director on leave from GW. And of course, John is a stalwart. We've had others. So there are alternatives that keep the government in the main, and those are also brought out. Anyway, I just give it a high endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. We will turn to the manager's amendment after we conclude any general debate. Jim Tozzi, senior fellow, also wishes to be heard. Jim, you're recognized.
Congratulations to all of you that could attend in person, and welcome aboard to our new chairman. I'd just like 2.8 minutes of your time to make one recommendation. I would like to propose a sequel to the excellent study developed by Bridget and Rachel. I don't need to explain to this audience the importance of public comment. Many of you have written numerous comments on the significant role that an informed public has on the management of administrative states. And I believe the comments are going to increase through time as a result of the ever-increasing and rapid changes in telecommunications technology. However, as that increase takes place, it's unfortunate, but we're dealing with a government where the career people are overworked, underpaid, and understaffed. So whether or not and how we address contractors, their presence, I think, are going to increase dramatically. So what is in the bottom line? What is my proposal? But hopefully you give some consideration to. My proposal is that ACUS choose one or more agencies and ask the agencies to provide ACUS with the summaries that the contractors wrote in terms of reviewing the docket so that the managers in the administrative state could read it. And my concern is, and I don't need to explain it to the legal professions, all of us, or all of you, write specifically, and you use terms of art that mean something. And my concern is whether you're in a legal profession, economics, science, or anything, those terms of art and how they're summarized is very important. And I think it might be in order for someone to see how, to what extent, and the quality of the statements made in the summaries. And I think in ACUS, and the other thing is, based on that report, there might be a sequel to that to compare and have somebody use an AI to go through that same docket and have the AI prepare a comment analysis of the comments and look at both of them. And I think both of these recommendations are in line with current ongoing studies of ACUS on commenting related AI activities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jim. And there is, in fact, an ongoing study to which we will refer later in the program on artificial intelligence in the rulemaking process. I don't see anyone else who seeks recognition, so I'm just going to turn to the managers. Don Elliott seeks recognition. Is there anyone else is anybody else who seeks recognition as part of the general debate before I turn to John? Don, Don, and then Warren Belmar, and then we'll turn to the amendments.
Don Elliott, Senior Fellow. I just rise in support of Jim Tozzi's excellent suggestion. My experience a number of years ago as General Counsel at EPA was I was a little concerned when I got this summary of comments. So I asked the staff for copies of leading comments by an environmental group and an industry groups, just so I could compare it to the summary. And after about 2 weeks, I hadn't gotten it. And I asked why not. And it turned out nobody at the agency actually had access to the comments. And it was actually impossible for me to try to verify whether or not the summaries were accurate. So I do agree with Jim that there is a real potential problem here, and it's something that ACA should try to get to the bottom of. Thank you.
Warren Belmar. And I believe, Warren, this is your 77th plenary session, if you don't mind me pointing that out.
Thank you. True. Thank you. As we engage in the discussion going forward, I'd like to suggest that people also address the degree of Chevron deference to be given to contractor expertise.
All right, the manager's amendment. Is there any objection to the manager's amendment? All right, without objection, the manager's amendment is adopted. We'll now turn to the council's first proposed amendment, and that appears on lines 11 through 44 of the red line that appears in your packet and also on the screen. We haven't lost the line numbers yet, but we will as soon as we start amending. The council amendment provides a definition of inherently governmental function, and it elaborates on the description of activities, quote, closely associated with inherently governmental functions. I don't know that this requires any further discussion or comment by the council, but I do want to give Ron Cass the opportunity to comment if he wishes to do so. Ron, do you wish to be heard on the council amendment, or shall we turn to the committee chair?
I think we can turn to the committee chair. I think what this does is sharpen and bring into the text some things that were in the report and that were referenced but not included in what I think would be a more appropriate way. But I think that you and the staff and Carrie have done a good job of working through all of these issues in the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Ron. Speaking of Carrie, let's hear from Carrie on the council amendment. Carrie?
I want to thank Ron and the council for giving us the feedback to move some items that had been, cited in the footnotes into the text of the preamble. And I think this amendment helps clarify for a reader some important definitional issues. And I think it's an amendment that is fully consistent, in my view, with the committee's discussions and the tenor of those discussions. Obviously, if any committee member disagrees, they should feel free to comment. Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on council amendment number 1? Without objection, council amendment number 1 is adopted. We'll now turn to a comment from Senior Fellow Alan Morrison, appearing on line 28. Alan, I'll turn to you.
This is a clarification. Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. Hold on just a second. I was unclear as to whether these had been adopted as part of the manager's amendment or not. This was just a matter of clarification. It didn't seem to me that the discussion here was accurate. This is not about benefits.
I think, Alan, I think we're, Reeve, is Alan on the correct amendment or comment?
I think, Alan, it's the one that appears on page 2 of the printed materials about providing an explanation of why inherently governmental functions should have.
Oh, yes. I think that the council amendment takes care of that.
Okay, so,
Yeah, sorry.
okay, so why don't we move to Morrison Amendment number 1, which appears on line 45 through 47, and I think that's what you were referring to, but if you wouldn't mind starting over, just so we can all be on the same page.
Sure.
here.
This is just a clarification. It said that the draft, the recommended amendment, recommendation said, although contractors are with few exceptions generally not subject to the ethics laws, it seems to me that was just not accurate. It's not, although it's because, and we're not really worried about.
But
Oh, so feedback. Oh. It just the goal is to make it clear that potential ethical issues arising from conflicts the contractor might have must be considered, which I think is the problem here, rather than the way it was put. It's not a very substantive amendment. I thought it was picked up in the manager's amendment, but I gather not.
Thank you, Alan. May I just turn to Carrie for a moment? Do you have a reaction to Alan's amendment, proposed amendment?
I would agree with him that I don't view it as a substantive change. I think it improves the clarity, and I appreciate him offering it.
Okay, Alan may not move an amendment, but Carrie may. We'll treat Morrison number 1 as
So
Carrie's
moved.
amendment. And without objection, Morrison Amendment number 1 is adopted. We'll now turn to Morrison Amendment 2, which appears on lines 55 through 56 of the red line in the packets. Alan, may I turn to you once more?
Sure. Why don't I hear from Carrie? Because my amendment is pretty simple. It's just set forth there. Basically, the paragraph is not about benefits, but about problems, and I revised the opening sentences to convey that.
So, Carrie, do you the amendment now appears? Morrison number 2 appears on lines 38 through 39, and it was
sorry. Is that?
Well, we haven't. I'm going to refer to the pagination now on the screen, if that's okay. So, look, using the pagination on the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Lines 38 through 9. Carrie, Alan proposes, in effect, striking practical benefits and challenges, and just having the sentence read, also need to consider the downsides. Do you have a reaction to Alan's amendment?
I think it better characterizes as a topic sentence that paragraph. The benefits are outlined earlier in the preamble, so I don't think it makes any substantive change to rephrase it in the way that Alan has suggested, and I'm happy to move that his proposal be accepted.
Before we entertain the amendment or vote on the amendment, Bernie Bell, our newest public member, wishes to be heard. Bernie, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. So it seems to me that this line discusses what agencies should do, and I think agencies should look at benefits as well as downsides. So while Alan is right that the paragraph doesn't discuss the benefits, I think that they are discussed both in the report and, as Carrie mentions earlier, in the recommendation. So I also think this paragraph actually discusses alternatives as well. So I would not take out practical benefits and challenges or downsides, and I would add and alternatives too. So we need to consider the practical benefits and downsides of and alternatives to using contractors to perform, et cetera. And then in the next sentence, I would add the word downside. So that sentence then talks about the downsides of using contractors. So I think that both reflects what agencies should do and better conforms to what the paragraph is saying.
Thank you, Bernie. We'll hear from Ron Cass now.
I apologize for taking some time here. I'm trying to find all the right buttons. I think that when it says we need to consider the practical benefits and challenges of using contractors, I think we could simply say practical aspects of using contractors perform, and that will capture the entire universe of what we're talking about. I'm opposed to words like downsides because I am never sure what the downside and upside are as opposed to the cost and the benefit. But I don't think we need to have a lot of additional language here to capture what we're doing in the preamble. So I would simply say to consider the practical aspects and let it go at that.
Bernie, may I ask for your reaction to Ron's suggestion?
I'm fine with aspects. I was using downside simply because that's what Alan had suggested. I do think it's important to recommend to agencies that they look at the alternatives to using contractors, and that's what this paragraph says later on. So while it adds a few words, I think it actually is important.
Kristen Hickman.
Kristen Hickman, public member. I actually am going to suggest that we go back to Alan Morrison's original suggestion for two reasons. Number one, I think it's right that, if you're not just taking this sentence in isolation, but rather you're looking at this sentence in the context of the sentences and paragraphs surrounding it. We've talked about benefits up to now. I think there are potential downsides, and I get that people may disagree about whether something is a feature or a bug, but nevertheless, emphasizing just as a conceptual matter that there are cons as well as pros to using contractors makes sense to me. Just as a matter of sort of flow. And then the next sentence talks about alternatives. And, if you throw into this first sentence on lines 38 and 39 and alternatives too, the sentence doesn't flow so well. And then we go on to say agencies may also wish to consider alternative methods. I don't know. It just it breaks up the flow and seems like we're trying to cram everything into one sentence rather than look at the flow of the paragraphs and the sentences as they work together. So, my suggestion is going to be to go back to Alan Morrison's original suggestion of striking practical benefits and challenges, replacing it with downsides, and getting rid of aspects and alternatives too.
Bernie, do you wish to be heard?
Sure. Well, I do acknowledge, I guess, that adding and alternatives to may make this a bit clunky. But I do think it's important to keep in at least that agencies should consider practical benefits as well as challenges, downsides, whichever word one wants to use. I'm not sure I see the report as solely talking about benefits prior to this sentence. So that would be my comment. So I'm fine with taking out an alternative too if no one else wants to push that.
Let me turn to Ron Cass, and then Peter Strauss, who's been waiting patiently. Ron?
I just had one comment, and I don't have a lot of investment in the particular language at this point in the preamble, but we have talked some about the problem of using contractors if we use them for inherently government functions. I don't think we've only talked about benefits up to this point, and I think that trying to pare down the language as much as we can in the preamble would be helpful. So with that in mind, I would try not to have a lot of additional words here. And again, just as a personal matter, I find downsides a word that's a little too colloquial for our preambles, but that's the only additional thought I had.
Peter Strauss.
So Don Elliott's striking comment earlier on was the product of the paper age. That is, the contractors had all the comments which were submitted in paper, and the agency no longer had them. So his staff had that difficulty. The corresponding problem today is the use of artificial intelligence to winnow hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of comments, down to those that ought to be looked at and considered carefully. And this too is going to be a contractor function. And while I recognize that that is the subject of separate study, which seems to me quite an important study by ACUS, it does strike me that some reference to that process would be useful in the preamble and or maybe in a recommendation. I can't make a motion, so I'm not going to try and supply the language, but it does strike me that this paragraph from 38 to 45, in particular the first sentence of it, would be helped by an example, such as their use of artificial intelligence to manage large numbers of comments, as something which ought to be available to the agency and to the public in the same way as Don Elliott's pungent example suggested to us ought to have been available to the general counsel of the EPA.
Thank you, Peter. Jack Bierman, do you wish to be heard on the possible amendments to line 38 through 40 as they appear on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Please.
So I just want to direct attention to lines 5 through 9 as listing the benefits. So I feel more comfortable with leaving this paragraph being completely about the potential costs. So I agree with the spirit of the proposed amendment.
Is there anyone else wish to be heard? Is there a voting member who wishes to move an amendment relating to lines 38 through 40? Kristen Hickman. And tell us exactly what the amendment would be.
Well, I'm going to go back to my original suggestion that it would be, let's see, in addition to legal and ethical issues, agencies also need to consider and Alan said he's okay with a different word from downsides, given Ron's objection to it being kind of colloquial. So perhaps potential negative consequences of using contractors to perform rulemaking related functions. And leave it at that.
We'll call that the Hickman Amendment to what's now line 39. Is there any objection to the Hickman Amendment? Without objection, the Hickman Amendment is adopted and line 39 will read as it now appears on the screen. We now have two very similar or overlapping comments from Jack Bierman and Alan Morrison, and they relate to line 77 through 78 in your packet red line. They now appear on the screen on lines 58 through 59. Is that correct, Reeve?
That's exactly.
Alan, I will ask if Jack and Alan wish to be recognized, but their comment or question is they are not sure what is meant in line 58 by disclosure. Disclosure of what is the question they ask. And they asked if the committee could clarify the subject of the disclosure that's being recommended. Alan, do I have that correct?
Yes, I think.
Alan Morrison, please.
Yes, it was not an objection as much as a lack of clarity. And I think what this now means is that the agency should know, appropriate agencies officials should know which contractors are doing what. If that's what the committee means, I think it's reasonably clear as it is now, but I wouldn't have any more specific amendments on that. Jack, is that your understanding now?
Jack, may we hear from you if you have a comment?
That's fine with me. I didn't know what the reference was when I read it.
Carrie, do you wish to be heard on this matter?
Yeah, you all have, I think, the meaning that the committee intended. If it would be clear, perhaps replacing the word concerning with the words of the. I just put that out there in case that would help other readers coming to it better understand what the committee intended.
You like that better, Alan? Alan likes that better. We'll treat that as Carrie's amendment, and without objection, it's adopted. We'll now turn to Morrison Amendment number 3, which appears on line 81 in your packet and now line 62 on the screen. And Alan would add to item E, ethical rules applicable to contractors. He would add including their employees. May I turn to Carrie on that?
I have no objection to that addition.
And we can move that as your amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be fine.
All right. Is there any objection to the inclusion of the phrase including their employees at the end of line 62? Without objection, the amendment is adopted and line 62 is amended as reflected on the screen. We now have a comment from Jack Bierman on line 106 of the red line in your packet and line 87 of the red line on the screen. And Jack is asking the question whether the phrase in line 87 covered employees or the term is needed. Jack, may I turn to you if you'd like to be recognized?
Sure. I just don't know what covered employee means in that context. That was my comment. And therefore, I think it needs clarification.
Carrie, may I turn to you? And of course, if the consultants wish to be heard on this, they too may be heard.
I would move that we just delete the word covered. I don't think it is adding anything there. And if it creates any questions or confusion, that's not a good thing.
Jack, you never object to a deletion, correct?
The fewer words, the better.
Okay. So line 87 at Carrie's motion is amended to strike the word covered. We'll now turn to Jack again, Bierman Amendment number 1, which appears on line 110 of the red line in your packet and line 91 of the red line on the screen. Jack would strike on line 91 the word improperly. Jack, do you wish to be heard?
Well, it's self-explanatory. I think, except, improperly has the double possible meaning of being like that they do a bad job on it, when I think the improper here is just because they have a conflict. So I would just strike it.
Okay. Carrie, is there objection to striking the word improperly?
No objection, and I appreciate Jack's flagging that.
So without objection, the word improperly in line 91 is stricken. Bierman will now turn to Bierman Amendment number 2. It appears on line 117 of the red line in the packet and line 98 of the red line version on the screen. And Jack would strike the phrase in line 98, breach of this obligation, and replace it with misuse of confidential information. Jack, do you wish to be heard?
I think it's self-explanatory.
Carrie, may I turn to you to ask for your take on Jack's amendment?
I appreciate the clarification that the suggestion makes, and I have no objection.
Okay, so we'll treat you as the movement of this amendment. And actually, it's Bierman. Jack Bierman is a voting member, so it's his amendment. He moves it, and Bierman Amendment number 2 is adopted. And accordingly, the change reflected on the screen on line 98 will be made. Morrison Amendment number 4, which appears on line 122 of the red line in the packet and line 103 of the red line that appears on the screen. Alan, may I turn to you? I know this is a small item, but you may wish to be heard.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. The suggestion is to make the amendment, the recommendation favor disclosure, meaning that unless it's legally precluded, rather than if legally permissible, which would generally preclude disclosure.
Carrie, do you have a position on Morrison Amendment number 4?
I have no objection. I view it more as a stylistic matter and would be happy to have that change made.
Okay, without objection, we will amend the text on line 103 to reflect the language in the Morrison Amendment number 4. We have one more pre-submitted amendment, and that is from Jack Bierman. It's Bierman Amendment number 3. It appears on page 128 of the red line in your packet, and it appears on line 109 of the red line that appears on the screen. Jack, may I turn to you? I think this is a stylistic point, but let me just turn to you briefly.
Purely stylistic.
Okay. Carrie, may I ask if you have any objection to?
No
Bierman?
objection.
No objection. So there's no objection to Bierman Amendment number 3. Bierman Amendment number 3 is adopted, and the change reflected on the screen in line 109 will be made. You can get that there. We don't mind. Yeah.
It's Mr. Stan Likely.
Well, you get a special dispensation. There are a few people in this room that get special dispensations, and you're certainly one of them. Are there, Paul as well? Are there any? Does anybody? Are there any amendments from the floor from the membership? And I see Kristen Hickman has raised her hand, so I'll recognize Kristen Hickman. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Kristen Hickman, public member again. I believe it's around line 100 in the online thing. It's item 8 in the recommendations. I guess it's line 101. The agency should consider disclosing the contractor's role in the rulemaking docket, et cetera. And I don't know, maybe this is a point of clarification from the committee. Maybe it's a proposal of an amendment. I would like to understand why that is not phrased as the agency should disclose. And I suppose I would propose amending it to the agency should disclose the contractor's role, unless there's some reason that I'm just not understanding about why we have the more permissive language.
Carrie, would you like to be heard on Kristen's amendment? And of course, our contractors may also be heard if they wish.
Well, I think the original formulation actually where you have the yellow highlight may have made the reason a little clearer. It used to be an or. The committee didn't have really a basis for necessarily determining what the nature of an adequate disclosure would be, or how an agency should do that. Sometimes agencies disclose the contractor's role in the rulemaking docket by enclosing a report by a contractor, and that's a typical practice. And it seemed, I think, to the committee certainly perfectly adequate for an agency to do just that. I think it would be problematic to be stronger in saying that they should disclose the contractor's role in the docket, the notice of proposed rulemaking, and the preamble. It could be quite burdensome and maybe even quite extensive, perhaps, to do this in the preamble. We thought that the tenor, I think, of the thrust of the committee's sentiments were pretty clear here, that an agency should consider disclosing it and how to disclose it as well.
Kristen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Matt. I guess I would push back on that a little bit I don't know that I feel the need to say that they should disclose the contractor's role in all of the rulemaking docket, the notice of proposed rulemaking and the preamble. But I do think from a transparency perspective, disclosing the contractor's role at some point is really, really important. You know, and this is somewhat tangential, but there's a circuit split about what's known as the contractor's corollary and whether and to what extent contractor reports are FOIA-able. And, you know, so if you find out about a contractor relationship, you may not be able to FOIA and get information about the contractor's role. So it seems to me that making a somewhat bolder statement about the importance of disclosing that that contractors did play a role in the rulemaking becomes important from a transparency perspective, rather than leaving that more to the agency's discretion. So if the concern is the burden of requiring them to disclose in all three of the docket, the NOPR and the preamble, then why not change the and back to an or? And, you know, be more forceful about saying you need to disclose.
Alan Morrison. Thank you, Kristen.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. I agree with what Kristen said. It seems to me that in a way, the most important place for it to be disclosed is in the preamble to the final rule, because that's when you know what they have done. Putting it in the notice of proposed rulemaking or the docket itself, somebody's not likely to look at it. But second, I also would like to question the inclusion of the modifier to perform an activity closely associated with the IFP in the rulemaking, because that seems to me to narrow it. I would like to know what roles, if any, the contractors had. And by the way, the likelihood that contractors will play several roles seems to me, from what we've heard before, to be the more likely scenario. And so it's not just a single role, and not just in connection with an IGF, but generally what rules. I mean, and they could do it simply by making the copy of the contract available with financial information deleted. That would be certainly a simple way of do it, and you would know what the contractor was supposed to be doing. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be very burdensome to do it that way. But I also am curious about why the limitation of the closely associated is there. Obviously, it's to distinguish it from doing things which are not supposed to do. But why don't you just tell us what they did, and the world will decide whether they're doing anything inappropriate.
We'll hear from Emily Bremer and then Bernie Bell. Emily?
Emily Bremer, public member and a member of the committee on rulemaking. So my sense of the discussions in the committee, and others can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the should or the consider disclosing as opposed to disclose was a pretty deliberate choice, because sort of at the early part of the project, one of the conversations we had was about transparency and whether we should be sort of aggressive about requiring transparency in all circumstances, or whether, given the nature of what we knew based on the report, it would be sort of premature and perhaps unduly burdensome to push for disclosure just for disclosure's sake. And I think the issue is that contractors are used in a lot of different ways, sometimes in multiple rules in the same rulemaking, and that sometimes transparency might be really important because the nature of the role and the extent of the role would make it worthwhile to disclose that information. And sometimes it might not be worth it. And the role might be, you know, supporting or limited or obvious from other things, such that requiring transparency would be imposing a burden without any countervailing real benefit. And so we I think everyone on the committee kind of accepted that conclusion, which was part of the analysis in the report as well. And so as a consequence, and sort of reflecting that lack of certainty, and we don't break down into, you know, all the various kinds of roles and which ones require disclosure and which ones don't. And I think to really have a strong disclosure requirement, you would probably need to break things down to that degree. And since we don't, we kind of flag it and leave it largely to the discretion of the agency, calling for, I think, a judgment as to the circumstances in which disclosure is really needed.
Thank you, Emily. Bernie Bell is next.
Yes, so it's Bernie Bell, public member. So it seems to me that Kristen's point is really that it should be disclosed somewhere, not particularly where it should be disclosed as far as the contractor's role. So I wonder if this could be revised to say the agency should disclose the role in the rulemaking docket, notice proposed rulemaking, the preamble, or otherwise. So that we're not talking about which specific place it is disclosed, but would be a general principle that it should be disclosed somewhere. I suppose, given the comment that was just made, perhaps there could be some sort of escape hatch with regard to disclosure, or establish some sort of strong presumption of disclosure that the agency could decide to not follow for specific reasons. But the general presumption and the general practice really should be disclosing, not merely considering disclosing.
Thank you, Bernie. We'll turn to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's what I had to say.
Okay, we'll turn to Roxanne Rothschild from the NLRB.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the suggested amendments in large part because the way it read previously in terms of disclosing, it wasn't clear when that disclosure needed to be made, because at least for my agency, when we've issued notices of proposed rulemaking, we have gotten 20 comments and we've gotten over 40,000 comments. It depends on what we issue as an NPRM, and we have no way of knowing when we issue the NPRM how many comments we are going to get. And so when we get 20 comments, we obviously don't need to engage a contractor to assist with that. But when we by surprise get an incredibly huge number of comments, we may have to consider at that point hiring a contractor. So going into the NPRM, we don't necessarily know that, but I agree that it makes sense to disclose that if we should decide to use a contractor, that we be clear about that later on at some point in terms of maybe it's the final rule, maybe it's the otherwise, as was just suggested. I also would say that with regard to, and I apologize who said this, the question of closely associated with an IGF, I agree with the preamble and the report that it's not 100% clear what is an IGF to the agency who's dealing with it. And so maybe we don't need to specify that this disclosure is just for those things closely associated with an IGF, because I've got to tell you, we have struggled internally at times trying to figure out where that line is drawn.
Kristen, do you wish to be heard in light of the discussion we've just heard?
So I want to thank people for their comments and particularly to Emily for the explanation of the committee's discussion. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, I feel like we're giving the agency a certain amount of flexibility by saying disclose in the docket, the NOPR, the preamble, or otherwise. That provides a lot of latitude. So if it's not a tremendously significant sort of contractor relationship, fine, disclose it otherwise. There's latitude there to give the agency discretion and be a lot less burdensome, while also making the very pronounced statement, you really need to disclose contractor relationships. I will take up Alan's suggestion about, with Roxanne's explanation of also proposing deleting closely associated. I guess it would be deleting all of an activity closely associated. Let's see, uses a contractor. No, actually, it can just be when an agency uses a contractor in a specific rulemaking. So get rid of everything from to perform through IGF.
Let's just stop right there. Carrie, is there any would you have any objection, Carrie, to striking the phrase to perform an activity closely associated with an IGF?
I think I would interject, and I think it wouldn't be consistent with the committee's discussions. It's what does it mean to use a contractor in a specific rulemaking? Does the person who cleans up in the room after a meeting has been held, is that been using the contractor in a specific rulemaking? The point of that was really to remind the reader in the agency who's looking at this recommendation that it's those activities by contractors that are closely associated with an IGF, and that's language that agencies already have some guidance on elsewhere. I think this could be opening up a can of worms to delete it, making it much more loosey-goosey, which may well in some ways undermine, I think, the intent here, which is, I think, when contractors are being used in activities that are closely associated with that, ultimate decision making that goes into a specific rulemaking, that's when agencies should either consider disclosing or disclose the contractor's role.
All right, we'll hear from Kristen Hickman and then Peter Strauss.
Okay, I don't feel super strongly about performing an activity closely associated with an IGF. Alan proposes, and I'm happy to go along with this so that we have a chance to vote on it. Instead, to perform an activity closely associated with a specific rulemaking, which maybe gets rid of the janitor concern, while simultaneously not building in all the uncertainty around precisely what constitutes an intergovernmental function. Again, I don't feel super strongly about that. I feel super strongly about the disclose part.
Okay, is that it?
That's where we're at.
Okay, we'll hear from Peter Strauss and then our consultant, Bridget Dooling. Peter.
Again, as a senior fellow, I don't have any way of making an amendment, but listening to the conversation persuades me that this sentence could be considerably shortened. When an agency uses a contractor to perform an activity closely associated with a specific rulemaking, the agency should disclose the contractor's roles, period.
Bridget, we'll hear from you now.
Yeah, thanks. Glad to be here with you all today, and thanks again for the opportunity. So the term of art in procurement law is closely associated with an inherently governmental function. So you are maybe inadvertently innovating by striking the with an IGF in the middle and talking about what's closely associated with a rulemaking, right? So in procurement law, there's the concept of inherently governmental functions, and then the next category over from it is activities closely associated with an inherently governmental function. So let me just read to you how the current guidance describes this with respect to rulemaking so you can understand what's in there. And ultimately, this is why I would support both strengthening this to a should consider and keeping the closely associated with an IGF language in here. So in the rulemaking context, the determination of the content and application of policies and regulations is inherently governmental function. That, right? The determination of the policy and the regulation is inherently governmental, closely associated now. Providing support for policy development, such as drafting documents and regulations, performing analyses, feasibility studies, and strategy options. So the closely associated category is quite substantive. You're providing support directly into the types of rulemaking decisions that ultimately get done. Sticking to the closely associated category allows us to look past, cafeteria services, janitorial services, courier services, et cetera, and focus in on those contractors that are providing, substantive support into the rulemaking decisions that the agency is making.
Yes.
Kirti Datla, public member. Kristen, I wonder if some of the confusion or potential for confusion is being caused by the descriptive language that mirrors what Bridget just described being deleted from earlier in the preamble. It was on lines 24 through 27. It gave a kind of set of examples of what a closely related to an IGF function would be, and if having that language in there would solve the problem, I would suggest that it be added to the end of the newly revised paragraph that starts among the applicable legal obligations.
Thank you, Curdy. Alan, we're going to have to wrap this up. We're coming up on the end here.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. Bridget, I just wanted to be sure that we didn't unduly narrow the scope of the obligation to disclose. And what I wanted to pick up was anyone who had an arguably substantive role was going to be picked up. And if somebody did the actual drafting of the rule, that wouldn't be picked up in the closely associated, because that's a bigger category. So I wanted to find out, all I want to do is to get as broad a coverage as possible. And if I didn't understand what the dividing lines are, then that's okay. But I want to be sure that if somebody did something they weren't supposed to do, we would also have that disclosed as well.
Bridget, briefly.
Yeah, thank you. The decision-making must be done by the government. That's inherently governmental function. Support leading up to the decision-making is all closely associated. And so the drafting, the editing, the providing technical materials, all of that is swept in under closely associated.
And the preamble so provides as amended. Carrie, may I just turn to you for what I hope is the final word before we try to figure out if there's an amendment here and what it is?
Well, if there is an amendment, I would not delete with an IGF. And actually, by the way, just as a manager's note, it should be spelled out. That is a term of art, and I think it would create undue confusion. And I do think, to speak to Alan's concern about that narrowing, I think that's the broader category. So if there were a contractor actually performing an inherently governmental function, for example, that would fit within that. I think the closely associated is the broader sphere. As to the consider disclosing versus disclose, my only suggestion would be, if you go with the disclose, then you really do need to have an or there and not an and.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Don Elliott, briefly as possible, please.
Don Elliott, Senior Fellow. I think part of the confusion here is that the language about closely associated is a term of art, but it's not identified as such. And therefore it's subject to misunderstanding.
Well, it is addressed in the preamble as amended, isn't it?
Yes,
it is. But here people have been interpreting it without reference to that. So maybe you should say, perform an activity closely associated with an inherently governmental function as defined above, or something like that, so that people would recognize that what is intended, as Bridget has explained, which is not how it was understood.
All right, we'll leave that particular suggestion to the Committee on Style. Kathy Sharkey, you have a question. You're going to be the last one to be recognized on this recommendation, though I am going to go back to Kristen on the amendment. Kathy Sharkey, please.
Yeah, this is actually just a question to Bridget and/or Carrie. What is your thought about an agency that uses a contractor for a final rule, that the final rule is not subject to notice and comment? Is there a disclosure obligation or not in that instance? Or is that what, I'm just trying to think of where that sits in this, whether we're unduly narrowing or broadening disclosure obligations. And I'm raising that hypothetical because it's a real world example, the one of which I know of, where.
Is it germane to the issue on the floor right now?
I think it is. Because I'm trying to figure out, I mean, I think what we're discussing here is how broadly or narrowly we're imposing this disclosure obligation.
Bridget,
does it go beyond? Would it reach something where a contractor had been used for a final rule?
Sure.
Which is not subject to notice and comment.
Let's hear from Carrie for just about 30 seconds, and then if Rachel or Bridget wish to be recognized, we'll recognize them.
Yeah, to
Gary?
Kathy's specific question, I think the answer is yes, this would be covered here. And it would be activity closely associated with an inherently governmental function in a specific rulemaking, one which in your hypothetical might not be subject to notice and comment, but it would be still a specific rulemaking. And then the agency should consider disclosing that or disclose it. In one of the options being the preamble to the final rule. So as long as there's a preamble to the final rule, which I assume there would be, even in your hypothetical, then it would be applicable.
Bridget or Rachel, do you need to be heard on this point? Without objection, the time for debate is extended by 5 minutes on this recommendation. I'm going to turn to Kristen to ask her to identify whether she wishes to move an amendment and what exactly that amendment ought to be.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw any objection to perform an activity closely associated with an intergovernmental function. Leave that alone, unless somebody else wants to move it. I am going to suggest pursuing the amendment, the agency should disclose the contractor's role in the rulemaking docket, the notice of proposed rulemaking, the preamble to the final rule, or otherwise. I think including that list in there, well, I take Ron's point about brevity. I think including the list in there actually does convey something of substance in the sense of telling the agency, hey, you've got options here as to how you disclose. So that would be my proposed amendment.
Thank you, Kristen. May I turn to Carrie for any final word on the Hickman Amendment?
I have no further word.
Is there objection to the Hickman? Warren Belmar, what is the?
I have concern about the or otherwise, the ability to bury the disclosure or otherwise without any limitation.
Okay, anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment? We're going to move. Kristen, the amendment appears as you would like it to on the screen. Is that correct?
You know, I kept the or otherwise out of respect for Bernie Bell. I don't feel strongly about that, but I don't think it hurts to have it in there. I take your point, Warren, about burying it, but you can bury it in the docket too.
Emily, very briefly, please.
My understanding is that a lot of times it's not clear when contractors are being used. So the otherwise, to the extent that agencies are somewhere, in procurement, there's knowledge that they're using a contractor. That's already true. And we don't know what the contractors are doing. So I think a lot of agencies could look at this and say, well, it says or otherwise, and we report when we have contracts, and that's enough. And so if the intention is disclosure in the rulemaking, then I think the or otherwise gives an escape hatch that's undesirable. But that said, I still think that the committee did not give the kind of consideration that would be beneficial to know whether or not the costs of disclosure are worth the benefits across the board. So I would advocate retaining the committee's original language.
Kristen, what is the amendment that you wish to move?
Fine, drop the or otherwise. Otherwise, leave it the way it is. I think we should have the agency should disclose the contractor's role as part of the rulemaking.
Okay, the Hickman Amendment appears as it should on the screen, correct?
Yeah.
Is there objection to the Hickman Amendment? Emily Bremer objects, and so we're going to take a vote of the yeas and nays. Should I start with the people in the room, or all right? If for voting members in the room, if you support the amendment, the Hickman Amendment, please raise your blue voting card. Good enough? And I will assume that, Emily, you are opposed. All those who are appearing remotely, who are in favor of the Hickman Amendment, please raise your hand using the Zoom function. Do I have that right? Okay. Tell me when it's clear where we are here. Decisively, yes? Okay, without the yeas have it, and the Hickman amendment, as it appears on the screen, is adopted. Are there any final amendments from the floor before we take a vote on this recommendation? All right, we're going to vote once more, and we're going to vote on the recommendation. Voting members in the room who support the adoption of the recommendation, please raise your blue voting card. Those opposed, please raise your voting card. I see no votes. Those on who are appearing remotely, who support adoption of the recommendation, please raise your blue voting cards. Pardon? Excuse me, raise your hands. I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes? The recommendation is adopted with my thanks to our consultants, Kaja, and our committee chair. All right, we'll now turn to our next recommendation, and we'll just pause for a moment while we change personnel.
It's funny how it's so overwhelming. People weren't here. Yeah. I guess.
He's got it right. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Bridget.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. You had just.
You know what? I'm just going to, I'm going to get a copy. We're going to resume now. A what? Yeah, we're 10 minutes behind here, so we should roll as soon as we can. And there's a lot of council stuff here. I just need to wait for Matt to. Please be seated. We're going to resume now. Judge Lesnick, may I ask you to take a seat? We're 10 minutes behind here. Thank you. Nick, can I just, please? Thank you. All right, our next recommendation is improving notice of regulatory changes. This recommendation comes to us from the Committee on Regulation. I'd like to thank the committee chair. Please, can we maybe keep the voices down? Thank you. We're on to the next recommendation. I'd like to thank the committee chair, Connor Rosso, our consultants, Josh Galpern and Don Elliott, who's also a senior fellow. I'll say something about that in a moment. And our staff counsel, Matt Gluth. Don, as I mentioned, is a senior fellow, and so he is participating today only in his capacity as a consultant and not also as a senior fellow. We'll hear first from Josh on the report and then Connor on the committee's work. But before turning it over to Josh, I would just like to say a word about Connor. As Chairman Foyce indicated in his opening remarks, this is Connor's last project as a committee chair. Connor will soon be joining the staff of the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which, thanks to a Supreme Court case, is familiar to most administrative lawyers. I wish to thank Connor for his truly exemplary service as a committee chair, and I wish him the very best in his new position. And with that, we'll hear from Josh.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to work on this project. I wrote some notes so that I would stay on time, so hopefully that'll help us catch up on the agenda. As you know, Don and I researched whether there's room for agencies to improve how they provide notice of significant regulatory changes. Some agencies do a very good job at this, but there is room to improve. And conveniently, many of the tools for improvement are available and in use today. But currently, where there is a shortcoming, it's because a lot of the notice practice is ad hoc. There's variation even within agencies, often a focus on meeting sort of minimum statutory requirements and less focus on efficacy and technological improvements, which we think it is possible that the Supreme Court may actually require in some cases as a due process matter. So in our research, we spoke to several dozen people about agency notice practices. We spoke, of course, to agency staff, regulated parties, regulatory beneficiaries. We spoke to business groups, NGOs, big and small, unions, big and small, micro businesses, they're always small, micro businesses, community groups, hobbyists, organizations that work with and for people for whom English is not a first language, state government officials, and other scholars. And from these conversations, we found that more well-resourced groups are generally more satisfied with current agency notice practices, and as compared to less well-resourced groups. Large groups, of course, have the resources to connect directly with agency staff and to pay lawyers, consultants, and trade associations to regularly access and review the Federal Register. In contrast, smaller organizations do not have the same resources for accessing information or contacts within agencies. However, even larger organizations did identify certain areas for improvement. They are particularly worried about regulatory regimes that emerge from dispersed materials, such as guidance documents that are not published in the Federal Register and are therefore harder to track. Our conversations also uncovered tools that agencies currently use to provide effective notice, and these tools include, although are certainly not limited to, using the Federal Register, providing digests and user manuals, offering clear instructions on how to access information on agency websites, and importantly, engaging with intermediary organizations. And this brings me back to where I started. The various tools we encountered, they have pros and cons, and their usefulness will vary from agency to agency and even within agencies. And for this reason, our report highlights lots of interesting tools that agencies should consider, but our primary suggestion to the committee was a procedural one, that agencies should plan, study what works, and share ideas within and across agencies. And this is what we've called notice planning. And this is reflected in the committee's recommendation, so I won't belabor the point now. The key idea is that agencies should think systematically about notice, not just deal with it on a case-by-case basis. And agencies should make somebody, probably an existing agency official, responsible for paying attention to notice in a strategic and systematic way. And we did ask agencies about the resource demands of planning, and they overwhelmingly said that the demands are not excessive, largely because agencies are already doing a lot of this work, just not in such an organized and proactive way. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. We'll hear from Connor now, the committee chair.
Well, thank you so much, Matt, and thank you for your kind words and for the opportunity to be involved in ACUS over the years. It's been a pleasure. And I also want to thank Matt Gluth and the ACUS staff for their excellent work on this project, and to Don and Josh for their thorough and excellent report. I also want to emphasize that the recommendations we're going to be discussing today are very much committee recommendations. I want to thank the committee for 2 robust days of discussion as we put them together. I'll be very brief. I'm just going to highlight a few points I think that the committee focused on, and these dovetail nicely with Josh's remarks. First of all, one of the overarching issues we face at ACUS, I think, is that there are lots of different types of agencies who do lots of different things in different ways. And as Josh noted, agencies have different sort of sets of interested parties. And some agencies tend to regulate those that are better resourced, that are trade associations, that really keep up with what the agency is doing with respect to its regulatory changes. And others tend to be less resourced. And so that's a key difference. Agencies also have different methods and strategies of changing their regulatory policies, and some are inherently easier to follow than others. And agencies also make different nature of changes. So some agencies change their regulatory policies more frequently and the changes are more complex. Other areas are more stable and perhaps simpler, just inherently simpler to follow. So all these variables are, I think, reasons why what we're talking about today is incredibly important, but they also make this a challenging project. And so that's sort of the challenge. And I think we'll have a vigorous discussion today. So what the committee thought, and my sense is to try not to be too prescriptive, given these changes in constituencies and strategies of regulation, different natures of complexity, but instead to give agencies factors to consider when developing strategies to provide notice. And so that's the overarching approach. One other thing I just want to briefly emphasize, the scope does not apply to all regulatory changes, but instead to significant regulatory changes. So we're not talking about every last little change an agency might make to its regulatory program. So with that is a brief overview. I'm going to turn this back over to Matt, and I look forward to hearing the conference's comments on these recommendations.
Thank you very much, Connor. We'll turn first to the manager's amendment. Is there any objection to adoption of the manager's amendment? Without objection, the manager's amendment is adopted. We'll now turn to general discussion. Are there any members who wish to be heard? Ann Joseph O'Connell, public member. Senior fellow, excuse me.
Do I have to stand? Okay, sorry, I'm not standing my leg.
Oh, you'll have a good excuse. Yes.
Ann Joseph O'Connell, a senior fellow. I don't think this affects the preamble of the recommendations, but I thought it would be good that we all knew about a pending DC Circuit case on notice. So the Humane Society versus the Department of Agriculture was heard for oral argument on April 20th of this year. It involves whether an agency who publishes a rulemaking on its website, whether that counts as final for the rule. What happened end of the Trump administration, something went up on the website, didn't yet get published in the Federal Register. Biden administration comes in, tries to pull it without notice and comment. And that's the issue that's pending in front of the DC Circuit. And so I don't think that there's anything specific in the recommendation, but just to be aware, right, that this is a pending issue about kind of what constitutes notice and whether website, I think as we move in more modern technologies, the idea that it takes several days for it to get published by the Office of the Federal Register has always been a little strange, but just to make sure that people are aware of that case.
Thank you, Anne. Anyone else wish to be heard as part of the general discussion? I don't see anyone who wishes to be heard, so we're going to turn to the council amendments first. And before doing that, let me just check in and make sure Ron Cass is still with us from Jamaica.
I am still here and still inside in a suit instead of outside in a different sort of suit.
All right. Well, put your flip-flops on. Here we go, Ron. Council Amendment number 1, which appears on lines 1 through 43 of the red line in your booklet, and also the red line at this point on the screen, would replace lines 1 through 43 with the text that you see on the red line. The purpose is, and I will turn to Ron if he wishes to be heard, is to simplify the language of the first 5 paragraphs and to eliminate what the council thought were some unnecessary points. That amendment would also substantively strike footnote 4. Is that the right foot number? Footnote 4. With respect to footnote 4, I'm going to read the council's comment, and then I'm going to turn to Ron Cass to see if he wishes to be heard. And here goes. The council proposes this amendment to simplify the language and eliminate unnecessary points. With respect to original footnote 1, shown in the red line as footnote 4 in particular, the council thinks it is unnecessary and overbroad. The council does not agree that, as the footnote suggests, publication of a statute in the statute at large or the U.S. Code, a legislative rule in the Federal Register, and so forth, would fail to satisfy due process. Parenthetical. Of course, notice by publication of certain agency actions in an adjudication or similar proceeding might not well satisfy due process, but that is not the concern of this recommendation. It may be that the committee intended a narrower point in what is now footnote 4. If so, the committee may wish to offer a revision for the Assembly's consideration. The council still might question the relevance of the footnote to the recommendation. And let me ask if Ron wishes to be recognized at this point.
I'm happy to address this briefly. There are 2 different things here that the council amendments are doing. One is to try to advance readability and to pare down some of what's here to make it a little bit easier for people to see what the recommendations are doing. The second is trying to eliminate discussion of some matters that are wonderful for law professors to address and to debate. But I think having a discussion of what the parameters are of due process here doesn't really advance the recommendation. I think would lead to a lot of dispute about the bona fides of what's being said. And in the end, I think just distracts from some really thoughtful parts of the recommendation here that I think are important for us to move forward with. So that said, I think the council amendment takes care of this.
Thank you, Ron. Did you finish, Ron? I don't want to cut you off here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn in the first instance to the committee chair, Connor, for any comments any reaction he may have to the council amendment. Connor?
My sense, and obviously other committee members should speak up, but my sense is the committee devoted the vast bulk of its time to the recommendation and not the preamble. And so I view these amendments as helpful, and I support them.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on council amendment number 1?
Yes, I put it in the chat that I would like to be heard, Matt. This is Jack Bierman.
Jack Bierman first.
Okay, thank you. I have one small suggestion, which is I think that the rewritten first sentence actually misses the point that the recommendation was trying to make. And because the recommendation is about changes, and the first sentence, I don't like the sentence because it seems like it's about what's governing agencies, not what agencies are producing also. So I would like to reuse the first sentence of what the council struck, and I'm afraid I might be disagreeing with Ron Cass here, which makes me really nervous. But in any case, what I would do is I would make the first sentence of the recommendation. I would strike what's currently the first sentence, which was in the council amendment, and I would make the first sentence be the old first sentence of the recommendation, except that I would put the words each year at the front. So it'd be each year the federal government issues hundreds of thousands of pages of enacted statutes, legislative rules, guidance documents, adjudicated orders, notices, and other materials that affect administrative programs. Because I think that captures what this is about, which is about changes, not about the existing or pre-existing set of things that govern agencies, but changes produced both by Congress and by the agencies themselves. So I'd like to make that as a motion to amend that council amendment.
Let's put Jack's language up as a possible amendment to the council amendment. There may be some stylistic matters with which we'll have to contend with the Committee on Style. I don't think Congress issues statutes. Congress enacts statutes, among other problems there. But let me turn to Ron Cass, if I may, to speak to Jack Bierman's proposed amendment to the council amendment number 1.
I agree with Matt's comment that as written, when it talks about the federal government issuing the enacting the statutes, I think we're mixing together what's happening in the recommendation, which deals with the administrative agencies and what's going on there and what's going on in Congress. So whatever the language is that we use here to emphasize the breadth of the materials that are adopted and the fact that we're focusing on changes, certainly the sentence that follows that talks about the changes here and making it possible for people to keep track of them. I don't think there's any particular specific language that for me is important here, but I do think the way the first sentence is written that Jack was trying to reintroduce, I think is problematic in what it mixes together.
Do you think, Ron, do you think that is something that the Committee on Style could address?
Absolutely. I think that what Jack is focusing on is making sure that the notice is of change. And what we're focusing on is making sure that it also captures both the breadth of materials and eliminates materials that are not relevant to what agencies do.
So can I just interject that
Jack,
I'm sorry.
Jack is recognized.
Thank you, Matt. Can I just interject? I was trying to respect the committee's original work, but I would be actually happier if we just deleted the reference to statutes in this sentence. So each year, the federal government issues hundreds of thousands of pages of legislative rules and so on, because that's really what the focus of the recommendation is. It's on what the agencies are doing, not what Congress is doing. And then I would just delete the first sentence of that council amendment. And then I think it flows very well. And I like the rest of the council's changes. I just thought that we needed to have this dynamic sense in the opening rather than this more static, sort of, and that the agencies were subject to it rather than the agencies were the ones actually producing what we were concerned about.
Ron, your view on removing the reference to statutes and just confining the sentence to administrative materials?
I think at that point, I'd turn it over to the Committee on Style. I think we're close to what I think everyone is agreed on.
Is there any objection to the Bierman amendment to the council amendment subject to modification of the particular language by the Committee on Style after the plenary session? All right, without objection, the council amendment is, without objection, the council amendment is amended. Now let's turn to the council amendment. Is there any objection to adoption of the council amendment? Number one. Yes, I'm sorry, I missed you. Could you remind me of your name?
Helen Sarasio, EPA.
Okay.
Sorry. It's not really an objection, but I had a question about the changes. I'm a fan of brevity, but I was comparing starting at sentence 7 from what was in there before, and it looks like we now say we're focusing on interested people who could be benefiting from rules or the regulated parties. And we've dropped out the parties that could be impacted by it for other reasons. And I was wondering if there was a reason why we took that out, because you could be impacted by a regulation. It could have a negative impact on it. You could have other interests in it other than just benefits or your regulated party. So I was just wondering, as the amendment occurred, if that was purposeful or accidental. And if it was accidental, maybe we could consider inserting it back in.
Do you wish to propose that it be reinserted, and what exactly? You're not going to be able to get inside the council's mind. It's a collective body, and not everyone's here.
I would recommend reinserting, and the language said before, other interested parties that may be unaware of regulatory developments that affect them.
And may we get that up on the screen? Where would you like that inserted?
So after 7, where it says regulatory changes, interested parties may miss out on benefits to which the law entitles them benefits. The law or finds themselves subject to enforcement actions, or potentially interested parties may be unaware of regulatory developments that affect them. You might have to massage the language a little bit, but it'd be entered there. I just think if we limit it to benefits and regulatory, you lose something in there.
Connor, do you wish to be heard?
I don't have a strong feeling on this. I think committee on staff could clean it up a little bit, but I think either direction is fine.
Okay, is there any objection to the amendment, to the council amendment appearing on lines 11 and 12 on the screen? All right, without objection, the council amendment is amended. We'll turn to the council amendment as amended. Is there any objection to adoption of the council amendment? Without objection, the council amendment is adopted. Peter Strauss, I know that you had a stylistic suggestion with respect to the first sentence, and we will consider that. The Committee on Style will consider that after the plenary session. With that, we will turn to Council Amendment number 2, which appears on lines 51 through 53 of the red line in the booklet, in your booklets, and now line 20 on the red line on the screen. And the amendment would strike all of the language appearing after the word guides. And for this amendment, I would like to turn to Ron Cass to see if he wishes to provide any explanation on behalf of the council.
Yeah, I think, again, this is trying to shorten, clarify, and add a little bit of focus here. I don't think we need the rest of the language here in order to make the point. And I think that as written, this is consistent with what the proposal was, but doesn't add things like, comprehensively summarize, which I don't think we need to have in here.
Connor?
I think what the committee was generally getting at was the idea of trying to explain the benefit of these guides, where it's difficult for some sorts of entities to put together lots of different changes that occurred over time. And so if the agency helps with that, that's a benefit. With respect to the edit at line 22, where it goes from might to should, I think
Stop there. That's a separate amendment.
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. You have it highlighted separately. Anyway, I think the main goal with the original language was to show the benefit of some of this work. So I'd prefer to keep it, but I don't think it's essential.
Is there objection to council amendment number 2? Without objection, council amendment number 2 is adopted. We'll turn now to council member 3. Council Amendment 3, appears on line 53 of the version of the red line in your booklet, and it appears on line 20 of the red line version that appears on the screen. The council amendment would replace might with should. Connor, may I turn to you in the first instance, unless, if Ron Cass wishes to be heard, I'll turn to him as well. But Connor?
Yeah, sorry for jumping out of order. I think the reason we originally had might is because it includes the email alerts, and that may not always be appropriate for some reasons that our consultants can speak to, and which are explained later in the recommendation. I think if it were just websites, I would certainly say should, but if we're including the email alerts, I think might is more appropriate.
Ron, do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, I just had a question about, might is something, maybe it can, maybe it can't. I don't think we're really saying anything if we say they might also do this. Whether we say they should, or they should consider, or they should, I think we have to say something more direct than that this might be done. So I'm not wedded to any particular form of language here, except for the fact that I think might is the wrong word to use.
Connor, what do you think about should consider?
I think that'd be fine.
Can we avoid a protracted debate on should versus should consider here? Is there any objection to the council amendment as amended, which will replace might consider or might also with agencies should also, agencies should consider also. It's correct on the screen.
We have to modify the language to make it fit with that, but the Committee on Style can do that.
Any objection to council amendment number 3 as modified? All right, without objection, council amendment 3 is adopted as modified. Now we go to a council inquiry. It's marked council inquiry number. Pardon? Do you have an alternative? Okay, I'll call it a question. Is that council question number 1? The council has a question about lines 57 through 58 in the red line version in your booklet, which appears on lines 25 through 26 of the red line that appears on the screen. The question from the council is, can the committee provide more specificity as to what's intended by the phrase, the needs of the intended audience? I'll turn it over to Connor to see if you have any answer to the council, and you may not, but I want to give you the opportunity.
Thank you, Matt. And I think this sort of question comes up throughout the recommendation. I think what we had in mind was, and this is something that I think we've talked about in the intro remarks, is that some agencies have constituencies that are just better equipped to keep up with regulatory changes. So an example that we used was in the accounting profession, which falls under the purview of the agency I work at. The accounting firms, the Big Four and some of the other accounting firms, keep tabs on every single change across multiple agencies, across time, across every guidance document, and they synthesize these things into very usable updates. They have a trade association that does the same. And so the needs of the companies that need to follow accounting might be different than an area where it truly is just individuals on their own with the agency. And so what we're trying to do is just tailor, to tell agencies that we understand they'll need to tailor their notice work in accordance with the sophistication and the resources and the ability to follow changes of the regulated.
Thank you, Connor. Are there any council members who wish to offer an amendment in light of Connor's explanation?
Let me just say, when we talk about the needs of the intended audience, I think it's a little misleading to talk about an audience for a change in regulations or rules, so that and the characteristics of those affected by the change might be a better way of saying it. And I don't know whether that's congenial to the committee.
Let's just put that language up, please. Connor, is that congenial to the committee, as Ron phrased it?
Yes. I mean, another possibility, which is language we use elsewhere, is to use interested persons or potentially interested persons. I know Jeff Lubbers had an edit on that, but we use that formulation throughout, and I think that could also work.
Ron?
One usage.
Ron?
I'm fine with interested or potentially interested persons.
Could we just put that on the screen, Matt, when you get a chance? Okay. We'll call this the Cass Amendment, which would replace needs of the intended audience with needs with the characteristics of the interested persons. Is there any objection to the Cass Amendment? Or without objection, the Cass Amendment is adopted. Now we'll turn to Reeve, just tell me where we are here. We're on line, council inquiry number 2, correct? All right, so council inquiry number 2 pertains to line 61 through 62 of the version of the red line in your booklet, and lines 30 through 30. I just lost the screen here. Where are we here? 30 and 31. The amendment the inquiry pertains to the text that appears on line 30 through 31 on the screen. The council, the council amendment is actually miswritten here. It actually pertains only to the phrase, the types of potentially interested persons with whom they engage. Is that correct, Reeve? The council's question to the committee is whether the committee can provide any more specificity as to what's intended by that phrase. Ron, do you wish to elaborate on anything I've said before I turn to Connor?
I don't think it requires elaboration.
Okay, Connor.
My response is basically the same sort of point that I made on the previous inquiry, and just that there's different levels of ability to follow these. And so I support keeping interested persons or potentially interested persons for that reason.
Is there a council member who wishes to move an amendment in having heard Connor's explanation?
I would just ask if there is something that can be said more than the types that would make clear what Connor just offered as the explanation.
Connor?
Sorry, my suggestion would be to get rid of types and say resources and capacities of potentially interested parties for following the changes. We can clean this up, but resources and capacities of potentially interested parties for following regulatory changes.
Ron Cass.
I'm fine with that. I wasn't sure from the way this was written whether the resources and capacities for providing notice was referring to the agencies or the potentially interested persons.
I think the core point is with respect to the constituencies. I mean, so I think that's the key point to get.
The last clause certainly refers, the reference is the agencies, correct, Reeve? So Ron, your position on Connor's reformulation of the lines 30 through 31.
I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine accepting his reference to the resources and capacities of potentially interested persons. But I think it needs some massaging to make it work, because I do think that the resources and capacities for providing notice has to refer to the agencies and not the individuals.
That the committee on style will address. You're absolutely correct. Is the language otherwise acceptable to you?
Yes, I mean, if that's what the committee is getting at, it's just talking about the resources and capacities. Capacities, I think, is sort of an odd term here, because what we're really talking about is the degree to which people follow this closely, the ease with which they can discover the changes I think saying, capacities of potentially interested persons is a vague enough term that it might cover that, but it doesn't have obvious meaning to me if I were reading it outside this conversation.
I'm going to turn first to Jack Bierman and then to Peter Strauss, and hopefully we can put this to rest in a moment. Jack?
I just want to suggest switching the order of the second and third clause of that sentence.
Can we just, Matt, could you just switch the clauses here?
Yeah.
Peter Strauss is recognized.
Within the committee,
Peter, we can't hear you.
Sorry. I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Garbled.
I don't know how to change that. Within the committee, I was a frequent proponent of devices that permit interested persons. I think egg farmers was the example that I continuously raised, to ask for notice of any rule or change that involved the word egg. That's an extremely useful way for individuals to gain notice of matters that are of interest to them. Some agencies use that. I think it's a good example of a case in which the resources and capacities of potentially interested persons is important.
Connor, anything further on this?
No, I think in response quickly to Ron, I think part of my suggestion in taking out the reference to the agency is that it makes a potential changes later on that move in that consistent direction. But I don't feel strong. I think it's fine to keep the reference to the agency resources as well.
Ron, do you wish to move an amendment here?
I don't feel strongly about moving an amendment as long as we've got some massaging of the language to make it clear what we're talking about here. I think we're sort of close to that. Again, I wasn't insisting on putting a reference to agency resources, but I think that was what the obvious meaning was of the resources and capacities for providing notice language. So again, I would just like to make clear who it is we're talking about here, what it is that we're worried about. And I'm not sure that the language does that, but I think we're getting close to it. So I'd be prepared to accept what we have with provision for the Committee on Style to work with the committee chair to try to make it clear.
All right, we'll call it the Cass Amendment. Is there any objection to the Cass Amendment subject to revision by the Committee on Style? Without objection, the Cass Amendment is adopted. Now turn to read the second council inquiry. Is that correct? I'm sorry. Council Amendment number 4. Thank you very much. That appears on lines 80 through 83 of the red line version of your packet, and it relates to, it refers to lines 48 through 51 of the red line, 48 through 51 of the red line. That appears on the screen. And Ron, if it's okay with you, I'm going to turn this over to you to address what's the language on 48 through 51.
Yeah. Thank you. Again, what we're talking about here is trying to figure out why we're adding things in. We say that there may be large or small entities, well-resourced or under-resourced entities, that, yes, people who are interested in maybe a lot of different things, organizations or individuals. I mean, this is all true. I'm just not sure that this tells us very much. And I also don't think that this sort of description belongs in the recommendation. That's something that belongs in a preamble. And I think we have captured in the preamble, there are lots of different sorts of people that may be involved in this. I would also like credit from Peter Strauss for not picking up on the egg farmers with any yoke about that.
Okay. Connor, may I hear from you on the council amendment?
I think the committee's intent here was just to give agencies some guidance and examples about different sorts of considerations that they should make when thinking about their notice plans. And so the goal was just to sort of help them think about the needs of those who would receive the notice. That said, I prefer to keep this, but I think agencies have a good sense of this already. They work with these folks every day, and so I don't think it's critical.
Okay, is there objection to council amendment number 4? Without objection, council number 4 is adopted. We'll turn to council amendment number 5. Refers to language on lines 90 through 92 of the red line in your packet and lines 55 through 57 of the red line that appears on the screen. The council would strike the sentence on beginning on line 55. Methods for obtaining feedback could include convening focus groups, liaising with intermediary organizations, or taking broad surveys of potentially interested persons. And I think I'm going to turn back to Ron Cass, who's going to provide a similar explanation as he did for the last one.
Again, I don't think this is necessary. The agencies know there are a lot of different things they can do, and these things are discussed in the report. I don't think they need to be listed in the recommendation.
Is there an objection to council amendment number 5? Without objection, council amendment number 5 is adopted. We'll turn to council inquiry number 3. That pertains to lines 93 through 94 of the red line that appears in your packet and lines 56 through 57 of the red line appearing on the screen. The sentence reads, in developing their notice plans, agencies should consider providing potentially interested persons with means for identifying areas of interest for which they wish to receive notice, and the council asked the committee if it can provide any additional specificity as to what's intended by paragraph 5. May I turn to you, Connor?
Sure. Peter Strauss had spoken to this in his remarks a few minutes ago. And this was sort of one of his points of emphasis. And the idea, as I understand it, and Peter should speak more, is the agency would have a series of like check boxes with topics, and folks could check these boxes and opt in to updates on regulatory changes in specific areas, so that they can have these things pushed to them by subject area. But Peter may have further thoughts.
Peter, do you wish to be recognized?
The way of dealing with that is to provide a facility in which people can identify words that, if they appear in proposals, eggs, sorry, they wish to have notice of them.
I can't really hear Peter. I don't know if other members of the assembly can. Is there some suggested language that we might consider here?
The language as it is fine. That was an explanation.
Ron, can I turn back to you on this?
Yes. When it says should consider providing potentially interested persons with means for identifying areas of interest, I think it is not obvious on its face what that means. I don't have any strong objection to the language that's here, except for the fact that I don't think without Peter's explanation, people will understand what this intends. So it's not that it does anything that I think is objectionable. I just don't think people will read this and know what it's intended to do.
Connor, do you think there's any clarifying language that we might provide here?
Well, I do. The one thing I would say, Ron, I think it's a little vague in part because we tried to be a little bit technology agnostic. As technology changes, we didn't want to refer to a web form with checkboxes where you type in your email address, because in 5 or 10 years, maybe that will seem obsolete. But we could say something like agencies should, if you want to be more specific, if the conference wants to be more specific, agencies should consider providing and web form for potential interested persons to opt in for push updates on areas of interest on which they want to receive notice. And these are not perfect words, but that's I think the specific idea.
Ron?
Yeah, if I might, another way of doing that is should consider using available technologies, such as a web form to provide potential interested persons to receive notice on special areas of interest.
I think that's better, Ron. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the Cass amendment up on the screen on lines 56 through 59. Is there any objection to the Cass amendment? Without objection, the Cass amendment is adopted and the recommendation will read as it appears on the screen. We now turn to Council Amendment number 6. Appears in several places. Let me just make reference. Let me just refer to what's on the screen here. What line are we on here, Reeve?
Line 109 to 110.
The language is smaller, under-resourced before potentially interested persons. Are we in the right place? So we're on line 73 through 74 of the red line on the screen. Is that correct? Ron, are you able to see that? And if so, would you mind speaking for the council on that?
Yeah, I consider myself both small and under-resourced, but I'm not sure what we really are meaning here by small and under-resourced, potentially interested persons. I would just take that out and put other in there, certainly it's clear what people are who are interested, potentially interested persons.
I'm just typing, actually. I'm just monitoring this.
Alice, could you please mute yourself, excuse me. Mute. You all confused me. Is there objection to the council amendment appearing on lines 73 through 74? Alan, do you have something? All right. Who does? Bernie Bell is recognized, and then Jack Bierman.
Thank you. So I would propose deleting the other and just leave it as that are targeted to reach members of historically underserved communities and potentially interested persons who have less capacity. Because by adding the other, you imply that every member of a historically underserved community lacks capacity to monitor changes, which I think is not correct.
I agree. I think Ron agrees, and I think we can counsel on that. Jack Bierman, please. Jack Bierman does not seek recognition. Is there any objection to council amendment number, what number, Reeve?
6.
Council amendment number 6 appearing on lines 73 through 74. That objection, the council amendment is adopted. We'll turn to the 7th council amendment. And if we could get that up on the screen here, please. The 7th council amendment appears on 82 of the red line on the screen. It would strike the phrase, in so doing, agencies should assess whether the benefits of making the change permanently available to a broad audience justify the cost of publications. The council was of the view that the agencies don't need to be told that obvious point. Ron, do you wish to add anything else to that comment?
No.
Okay. Is there objection to council amendment number 7? With that objection, council amendment number 7 is adopted. We'll turn to council inquiry number 4. Is that 118 through 119 now? Okay. Council inquiry, number 4 pertains to lines paragraph 16, which reads agencies should consider providing electronic means for interested persons to identify particular issues on which they wish to receive automated notice. And the council question is whether the committee can provide more specificity as what's intended here. And further, did the committee intend to use language similar to that which appears in the preamble? Ron, anything further on that before I turn it over to Connor?
My only question is, in addition to what you just stated, is whether this is doing what we just said earlier in response to Peter's suggestion about the egg farmers, because it seems to me it's the same thing twice.
Connor, would you address that question, please?
Yes, it's the same point, just in a different part of the recommendation. And so if ACUS wants to keep this, I would suggest using whatever language we put above for consistency. But it's the exact same concept.
Well, why would we don't need to have it twice, do we?
I believe the language above is in respect to the plan, the notice plan, and here is strategies for providing ongoing notice. So it's sort of different parts of the recommendation.
Reeve, I need some help here. I'm confused.
I think what Connor was saying is that the earlier one is they should put this in their plan. And then I guess 16 is that they should actually do it. That refer to the plan itself. Is that?
Connor, do we need both?
My view was no. Peter Strauss's view was it's important to make, it's because this is so fundamental, we should include it, in different parts of the recommendation. But I personally would prefer to just say it here and not in the earlier instance, but that's just my own view.
So let's go back to the earlier instance for a second. So Connor, the change would be to what? Would be to strike paragraph 5 and to put the language where
number 16 is. Yeah, that's what I would.
Number 16 is.
That was in committee, that was my preference, but others wanted to include it twice.
May we get that on the screen? I'm going to call this, are there any comments, any further comments on this proposed amendment or potential amendment? Connor, you move this as an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objection to the Rosso amendment, which appears on line 1 through 18 through 20 on the screen?
This is
Jack, please, Jack Bierman is recognized very briefly. We got to move on here.
I just think the original language of 16 is better than the revised language that we're shoving in there now. So I would just use the original language of 16 and omit the language that's up there. But that's up. I'll defer to Connor on that.
Connor, what amendment do you wish to move?
I respect Ron Cass's view that as an outsider, it would be hard to know, potentially hard to know what we're talking about. And so I have a slight preference for the more specific language with the caveats, but I don't feel strongly.
Okay. Is there objection to the Rosso amendment, which appears as new paragraph 15 on the red line on the screen? Without objection, the Rosso amendment is adopted. We will now turn to the 8th council amendment. May we get that up on the screen? Do we have that? All right, the council has amendments to paragraph 20 as it appears on the screen, and the amendment does appear on the screen. Ron, I'm going to turn to you once more. If you're able to see the amendment, could you address it on behalf of the council?
Yeah, I don't think that saying that the agencies need to work with community organizations and other intermediaries to provide notice of these changes. I think that the agencies should equip people to deal with anybody who's interested and to answer questions. And saying that is a general statement. I think trying to qualify it, it doesn't provide as broad a focus, and I don't think it is really necessary to the recommendations.
Connor and then Jack Bierman.
I think the idea was that it was providing notice is difficult. Agencies have limited staff and resources. And so the extent that they can work with others to amplify their reach, then that's a good thing. And so we're trying to be more specific. One possible compromise would be to strike the second sentence in the edits. So these agency employees may be particularly effective sentence, but I do have a sense agencies overall, appreciate these dynamics. And so I don't think any of this is critical.
Okay, Jack Bierman does not wish to be recognized. Let me turn back to Bernie Bell is recognized, and then we'll go back to Ron Cass.
Thank you. So just quick comment. It talks about working with states, and I wonder if it should be state and local governments. Is there a reason local governments would not be included? That's all I have.
All right, without objection, the amendment is amended to include and local governments. Ron, let me turn it back to you.
I certainly agree with Bernie on the local governments. We have intermediary organizations listed in that in 21. I don't think we need to list them in 20 as well.
So the council amendment, Reva, is as it appears on its screen, and it spans paragraphs 20 and 21.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there objection to the council amendment reflected on the screen in paragraphs 20 through 21? Without objection, the council amendment is adopted. Now I'm going to turn, Reeve, to the fifth and last council inquiry. Is that correct? Okay. Ron, let's get that up on the screen first. This is, Reeve, now the language on lines 131 through 143.
I think it's one.
Excuse me, I'm confusing the other amendment, excuse me. It's 142 through 143 as it appears on the screen. And I'm going to turn to Ron Cass to explain the council's question. Ron?
Sorry. When we're talking about providing effective notice, I think we should try to provide effective notice to everyone. I don't think saying providing effective notice to different groups of potentially interested persons really captures that thought. And so I was just hoping that there could be some language that would capture what it is that the committee is trying to do here that would be more effective than what was in the first version.
Connor?
My recollection is some communities, some groups it's harder to get notice to them than others. And so the idea would be, to work with these intermediaries to overcome that challenge. So if we wanted to take out effective, I don't think that's critical. But the idea would just be to try to leverage these groups to address the harder cases of providing notice.
If I might, Connor,
right.
My concern wasn't the effective, it was the different groups of potentially interested, all that follows that, so that I would just add, it can assist in providing effective notice to a broader set of potentially interested individuals or groups.
Connor?
Yeah, I think this sort of goes back to the point we've discussed other ports in the recommendation about the challenges. If we're going with this, I guess I'd want to just keep the language consistent and say potentially interested persons, just for consistency throughout. But I defer to others on whether or not we want to sort of keep the original formulation and make the point more directly, or if we want to keep it as amended. I don't have a strong view.
Ron, you want to move this as an amendment? Jack
Sure.
Bierman, Jack Bierman, Jack, real briefly, we're hitting the clock here.
How about instead of a broader set of potential interested persons, how about just all potentially interested persons?
I think that's even better.
Connor, okay, let's take a vote. This is Cass Amendment. This is we'll call it the Cass Amendment to amend the text that appears on lines 141 through 142. Any objection? Okay, the Cass Amendment is the Cass Amendment is adopted. We will now turn to the pre-submitted comments and amendments from the membership, and we'll start with Jeff Lubber's proposed amendment number 1, which relates to what was footnote 8. Is it still footnote? It's footnote 4. Is it footnote 4? Footnote 4 reads, reference to significant regulatory changes in this recommendation is not limited to significant or major rules as those terms are used in EO 12866 and the CRA. Jeff, please.
Jeffrey Lubbers, Special Counsel. So the term significant is, for this recommendation, is defined in the text. And so we may not even need this footnote at all. But when I read the footnote, it said that it does not refer to significant or major rules, which just seemed to be the wrong thing to say. So I would prefer to say it's not limited to those. But I also question whether we even need the footnote.
Connor, may I turn to you for a sec?
My memory is that the footnote came in because of concerns over confusion, because significant has taken on such a meaning in this world that we work in. So that it was sort of just a belt and suspenders clarification. And I suppose is not limited to is okay. I guess it might imply that all significant or major rules are significant regulatory changes, and I don't think we have a basis for that in the report. Our consultants may have a thought on that. So the reason we said it does not refer was to unintentionally create an implication. But I don't think either. I think either way is fine.
Any further comments on that, Jeff?
No, I mean, I think if it's a change in a significant rule as defined in the executive order, that would certainly be within this recommendation. So I would say not limited to is better.
Does anybody wish, is there a voting member who wishes to move an amendment here? All right, let's move on to Bierman Amendment number 1. Bierman Amendment 1 would add the word and creating, the phrase and, the phrase creating and to lines 19 through 20 of the red line on the screen. Is there any objection to Bierman Amendment number 1? Without objection, Bierman Amendment number 1 is adopted. Now we'll turn back to you, Jeff, for your second amendment. Let's just get that up on the screen. And you're proposing, Jeff, in the first paragraph of the recommendation, providing a definition of interested persons, and then, of course, conforming changes elsewhere in the recommendation.
That wasn't really my recommendation. I was really, although I don't have a problem with what's been proposed there in the initial paragraph, my real concern was with 1A, because when you read 1A, it just doesn't scan. Identify potentially interested persons for the agency's significant regulatory changes. So I just suggested that we use the same wording that is in recommendation 2 to say, identify persons who may be interested in the agency's significant regulatory change. So my real concern was with 1A, but I understand what the staff was trying to do to create a definition that could be used throughout the recommendation. And I don't really object to that, but my real proposal was to fix 1A.
Connor, on 1A, on Jeff's comment?
I agree. It's a little bit awkward. I think that's a good catch. And I think it's a good change.
Will you move that as an amendment, Connor?
Yes.
All right, Connor amendment, which appears on line 41 through 42 of the red line on the screen. Is there any objection to Connor's amendment? Without objection, it's adopted. Jeff, you have another amendment. Jeff, am I ready to move on to?
Well, I guess you have to decide whether you want the staff's proposal in one and with the conforming changes throughout the recommendation to be done. That wasn't my proposal, but the staff's proposing it.
I don't think the staff's proposed it, has it, Reeve? There may be a misunderstanding here. The staff has not proposed anything.
No, it's an effort to implement your change. So
Okay.
if you'd prefer it as it currently stands.
Okay,
we'd prefer it as-
that's fine.
All right, we move on to Lubber's amendment number 3. May we get that on the screen? It's the language including consistent with the Paperwork Reduction Act.
Recommendation 4. Right, and that was just triggered by really the sentence that's now been deleted, which mentioned taking broad surveys and doing focus groups. And under the Paperwork Reduction Act, if you're doing that with 10 or more people, that triggers the PRA. Now that those specific examples have been removed, it may not be quite as necessary to add this consistent with the Paperwork Reduction Act, but it's still apropos, I think. It's just may not be as necessary.
Connor, should the recommendation be amended here to include the phrase consistent with the Paperwork Reduction Act, or as Jeff suggests, it may be unnecessary in light of other amendments?
I think it's unnecessary in light of the amendments.
Okay, let's move on then. Bierman amendment number 2, I think is self-explanatory. Let's get that up on the screen, please. All right, Bierman amendment number 2 relates to lines 107 through 108 of the red line on the screen. And Jack would replace the phrase listservs. And just read this out for us here.
So it deletes listserv and just changes it to email distribution list, largely just due to consistency for information. At line 103.
Okay, is there any objection to the Bierman amendment? Without objection, the Bierman amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments from the floor? We've completed all of the pre-submitted amendments. Okay, we'll now turn to a final vote on the recommendation. Those in the room who wish to vote in support of the recommendation, please raise your blue voting cards. And then if we could have a show of the yays of the remote participants by use of the hand raise function. I think you can put your cards down. Thank you. All right, Jeremy, decisive yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. The recommendation is adopted by the Assembly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Matt, and so forth and so on. Oh, and thank you, Connor, most of all, or not least. We're about 5 minutes behind. We're probably going to cut into the lunch break by about 5 minutes, but we're going to turn now to some updates on pending projects and implementation. And I'm going to handle most of the implementation stuff, and I will provide very abbreviated remarks. We'll hear now first, though, from Reeve Bull, our research director, on our pending projects. And then again, I'll turn to the update. Jeremy and I will turn to an update on our implementation activities of note. Reeve, please.
Wonderful. So in the interest of getting to lunch, I will be very, very brief. There's a lot to get through, and I won't necessarily cover each one of these in any detail. So there are 2 separate slides. This first one is a list. Both slides basically cover the pending projects we have. Those that are denoted by an asterisk are those that are intended to produce a recommendation for adoption by the Assembly. And of course, all of these have web pages. So if you're interested in more detail, just log on to our website, and there's a pretty thorough description of each of them there. So the first one is a study Matt had alluded to earlier, artificial intelligence and retrospective review of agency rules. So a number of agencies, most notably HHS, have recently begun using AI programs to actually assess the regulations that they have on the books, identify things like redundancies or errors. And so the idea would be to look at these processes that these various agencies have implemented and try to spread best practices more broadly. And of course, it builds on our pre-existing work with AI. The second study is one looking at classification of agency guidance documents. Kristen Hickman, our public member, as well as former ACUS staff attorney, Mark Thompson, are leading this effort. And the idea is that, as we've seen in many different recommendations, perhaps 2019-3 most significantly, guidance documents, and some of them may not even be in documents, they may actually be oral guidance, are very diverse. And so the idea here is to try to provide a classification scheme for all the different types of guidance documents agencies issue. So I think it'll be of great interest to our members and others. The third study is on disclosure of agency legal materials. So later today, we'll be discussing a statement of principles that consolidates various ACUS recommendations on disclosure of administrative materials more broadly. This project focuses in specifically on legal materials and looks at FOIA, the Federal Register Act, the E-Government Act, and decides whether or not statutory amendments would be appropriate in light of some lack of clarity in the existing statutory language in trying to promote proactive disclosure of the most useful materials by the agencies themselves. We have a fantastic team of consultants assembled, including 5 different researchers, among them 3 of our current members, Bernie Bell, Carrie Collianesi, and Michael Hertz. The fourth project, identifying and reducing burdens at administrative processes, grows out of some of the work that's been done recently in the customer service area. The idea is reducing sludge and trying to make it as easy as possible for agents, for interested persons to interact with agencies. So this also is an ongoing study looking to produce a recommendation. The model rules of representative conduct, as was mentioned earlier, grows out of a ACUS recommendation 2021-9 on the regulation of representatives in agency proceedings. It was actually one of our recommendations in that recommendation that the Office of the Chairman develop a set of model rules. So this project takes up that charge, and we'll begin doing this in the fall. The next project, nationwide injunctions, I won't say anything on. You'll be hearing about that after lunch. The final project on this slide, online processes and agency adjudication, builds on our work in recommendation 2018-3, electronic case management. And the idea is to look at various common adjudicative tasks like filling out forms or receiving notices and so forth, and how agencies are moving those online and can do so in the most effective way possible. Matt, do you want to? Perfect. Then on this slide, the first.
Do you need something?
Reducing the administrative burden. So that one is one that we haven't identified a consultant yet. We'll put out an RFP.
And this will all be on our website in short order. Reeve, please.
That was perfect. Exactly.
Reeve, could you please carry on here?
Sure, absolutely. Presidential decision making and agency adjudication. So this grows from our work in agency appellate systems, looking specifically at one of the issues identified there, how agency adjudicators use presidential opinions. Chris Walker and Matt Weiner are both reprising their role in the previous recommendation, and we also have one of our additional public members, Melissa Wasserman, joining as a consultant on that project. The next one, public availability of settlement agreements and agency enforcement proceedings, builds on our existing disclosure work and is looking specifically at how and when agencies go about disclosing settlement agreements that they've reached as part of the enforcement process. Looks at various agencies that have basically catalog their enforcement practices in a specific manual, looks at some of the pros and cons of doing that, and then also the benefits of disclosing that sort of information if the agencies indeed have such manuals. The next project, the Statement of Principles for the Disclosure of Federal Administrative Materials, is another one you'll hear more about later today. That's the last thing on our agenda, so I won't spend any time on that. The Timing of Judicial Review of Agency Action project, that grows from the Recommendation 2021-5 and the John Siegel source book that was mentioned earlier. Specifically, it was a topic that was identified as part of Recommendation 2021-5. It includes two subparts: the event that begins the right of a party to challenge an agency action, as well as the circumstances under which certain types of claims are barred. What our member John Duffy, as well as Adita Bomzai, will be looking at those issues and issuing a report. The next to last project, the U.S. PTO, U.S. Patent Small Claims Court, is something that we were urged to undertake by a bipartisan letter from a group of senators, specifically to partner with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to look at what basically the idea of a small claims patent court for smaller patent claims. There would be a separate forum potentially, or possibly a forum within an existing agency.
Go, Reeve, please.
Got it. Adjudicative forum to look at whether or not there would be benefits to constructing such an entity. So this project will basically consider other types of small claim forums that have been implemented, both in the federal government and internationally, and the pros and cons of doing such a thing, and if so, how it would be constructed. And we have a consultant team that consists of Melissa Wasserman, our public member, as well as Artie Rye and Kaylee Murray, two other leading experts in the patent space. The final project, virtual public engagement and agency rulemaking, builds on several of our recommendations, some relating to mass comments, others relating to basically early input in the rulemaking process. And particularly, it builds on innovations that agencies have undertaken during the COVID-19 pandemic to engage virtually with parties. It tries to basically draw on some of those innovations and implement them going forward to expand the footprint for engaging with interested parties. So I will stop there. As mentioned at the outset, though, each of these is up on our website. So if you're interested in additional details, I would encourage you to go there.
All right,
Thanks.
please, thank you, Reeve. Please just stay put. We're going to get you to lunch in a second here. I do want to say a word about implementation, and I want to hear from Jeremy on one thing. Implementation remains a priority of the office of the chairman, and to that end, we have established some new processes and ways of doing things in the office of the chairman that I'm going to ask Jeremy, I'm going to ask Jeremy to address. And then I want to say one more thing about implementation. And I would ask Ron and Alan to stick around for that one, please. Jeremy.
Great. Yeah, I will be very quick. We have taken a number of efforts to institutionalize implementation in addition to our ongoing implementation efforts. The development Matt is referring to is we've established a new implementation advisory group. The group's charge is to advise the office of the chairman in its implementation efforts and identify opportunities to disseminate ACUS resources and help agencies implement ACUS recommendations. The group had a fruitful discussion at its first meeting back in January and will reconvene soon. Several government members, public members, and senior fellows participate in that group, and we're especially lucky to have Kai Feldblum, Carol Ann Siciliano, and Andrew Emery as its co-chairs. I thank them for their work so far and look forward to future discussions.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. May we have the next slide up on the screen, please? I was going to identify 4 implementation successes in the last since the last plenary session. I'm going to reserve the 2, 3, and 4, the second, third, and fourth to a post-plenary session memo of some sort or email. I would like to say a word about the first item. It surely must rank as the among the very most important of ACUS's many implementation successes. And I'm referring in particular to the implementation of ACUS Recommendation 2016-3, entitled Special Rules for Social Security Litigation in District Court. The recommendation provided, and I quote, the ACUS recommended in 2016-3, and I quote, that the Judicial Conference of the United States develop a uniform set of procedural rules for cases under the Social Security Act in which an individual seeks district court review of final administrative decisions of the Commissioner of Social Security pursuant to 42 U.S.C. Section 405G. These cases constitute about 7 to 8% of the federal civil docket, federal district court docket. I am very, very pleased to report that in April of this year, the Supreme Court promulgated supplemental rules in accord with the ACUS recommendation, and the Chief Justice transmitted them to the Congress. These rules were recommended to the Supreme Court by the Judicial Conference following extensive proceedings, which began in 2017 when the Civil Rules Advisory Committee established a special subcommittee to consider ACUS's recommendation. This recommendation was received by the Judicial Conference with appropriate skepticism, given the presumption for transsubstantive procedure in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. That is the same set of procedures for all cases without regard to size or subject matter. However, as the advisory committee noted of its initial meeting on the subject when the recommendation was first presented, and here I quote, presentation of the proposal began with the recognition that it must be treated with great respect because its source is the administrative conference. I'd like to thank on behalf of ACUS, Ron Levin, who chaired the committee proceedings from which the recommendation arose, Jonah Gelbach and David Marcus of Berkeley and UCLA now respectively, who wrote an outstanding report on which the ACUS's recommendation was made. I'd like to thank Alan Morrison, who pressed ACUS's position before the Judicial Conference in his characteristically compelling way. Thank you, Alan. And lastly, I'd like to thank Judges John Bates and Sarah Loy, chairs of the advisory committee and the special subcommittee to which I referred, respectively, for their courtesy in inviting Alan and David Marcus and me, among others, to present ACUS's recommendation to the Judicial Conference. I will stop there with my thanks once again to Alan and Ron in particular. Thank you very much. And we will now recess. We will now break for lunch. About 5 minutes. It's okay.
Okay, be careful. Uh-uh.
Guess you might even come home over the fourth.
What?
Guess you might also come home over the
Who?
fourth. Cam.
Oh, good.
With dog, and the airfares are really cheap right now. There's like, one's like $91, so like 120, 90 each way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, he doesn't have plans. Like, what? He's very excited.
Good.
You okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
He's very happy.
legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not.
That knew his theory didn't hold water. Mr. Jacobs, we discussed and even debated this theory at length with Dr. Eastman. Did Dr. Eastman ever tell you what he thought the U.S. Supreme Court would do if it had to decide this issue?
Yes. Extended discussion, an hour and a half to 2 hours on January 5th. And when I pressed him on the point, I said, John, it's the vice president. It's 9-0 in the Supreme Court. Wouldn't, and initially started, well, I think maybe he would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9.
I appreciate that. In our investigation, the Select Committee has obtained evidence suggesting that Dr. Eastman never really believed his own theory. Let me explain. On the screen, you can see a draft letter to the president from October 2020.
We're going to resume now. Should I just resume, Harry, or, okay, we're going to resume now. We're going to turn to the segment of our agenda program today on nationwide injunctions and federal regulatory programs. And briefly, by way of background, several years ago, ACUS and GW Law School sponsored a forum on nationwide injunctions and federal regulatory programs. As a result of that forum, which Alan Morrison co-moderated, by the way, we decided to undertake the study to which we'll now turn. The study addresses how nationwide injunctions and similar equitable remedies, especially what DOJ calls a universal vacatur under Section 706 of the APA, affect the administration of federal regulatory programs. Ron Levin, you call it vacation, is that right? Instead of vacatur?
Acceded to the administrative conferences.
Well, in good ACUS fashion, some of you may will remember we had a very lengthy debate as to how the word vacatur should be pronounced. We heard from a professor at Georgetown in the classics department and Catholic University as well. Apparently, there's a distinction between ecclesiastical Latin and classical Latin. And anyway, vacatur seems to be what everybody settled on. But Ron was then using the word vacation and used it in an excellent law review article in Duke Law Journal, if I recall, called Vacation at Sea, a wonderful title. Anyway, the Office of the Chairman is very fortunate to have engaged three outstanding scholars to conduct this study. Professor Zach Clopton of Northwestern, Professor Mila Sahoni of the University of San Diego, and Professor Jed Stiglitz of Cornell. They are being advised by a consultative group, whose names will appear or do appear on the screen. We'll hear from our consultants and then the membership in a moment. Before we do so, though, I'd like to thank 4 members of the consultative group for helping us get this project off the ground. And they are Ron Cass and Nick Perillo, and Alan Morrison and Ron Levin. I'd also like to remind the Assembly that this is an Office of the Chairman project, which means it is not at this time directed to the formulation of an Assembly recommendation. Now we'll hear from our 2 consultants, Mila Sahoni and Jed Stiglitz. Zach is not here today for the very compelling reason that he and his wife are expecting a child imminently. Do I have that right? And after we hear from the consultants, we'll turn to your questions and comments. Before turning to Mila, let me thank Alexandra for staffing this project so adroitly, and the rest of the ACUS staff. With that, let's hear the presentation from Mila in the first instance. Is that right? Okay, Mila.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here and to be able to speak with you about this ACUS project. So just to give you a little bit of the motivation behind this, a great deal of ink has been spilled on nationwide injunctions over the past several years. But for all of the discussion of this subject, there still remains a gap in our knowledge. The overwhelming focus of the debate has been on the federal courts and on their power to issue or not issue nationwide injunctions. And then there's also been some conversation, though less, of Congress and of what Congress could or should do to mitigate and resolve some of the tensions and the stresses created by nationwide injunctions. So what's been left out of the picture nearly entirely is the remaining branch of government, the executive branch, and in particular, the federal administrative state. So federal agencies are on the receiving end of many of these injunctions, but we still don't have a clear picture of how these injunctions affect federal agencies on the inside. So that's why this project seems to me to be such a valuable one. We hope to finally put on the table that missing piece of information. So before we get into the details of what we've done so far, I just wanted to clarify, reiterate a point that Matt just made. One focus of our project is the nationwide injunction or the universal injunction, but our project also encompasses this cognate remedy of vacatur or set aside, or in the coinage of the DOJ, the remedy of universal vacatur. So these remedies are distinct things as a formal matter, but they are effectively, in their effects, they are similar. Because the universal vacatur or the setting aside of a federal rule will stop a federal agency from applying the rule full stop as to anyone in much the same way as a nationwide injunction will. So the basic point is that we are interested in examining the effects of all forms of universal or nationwide relief against agency rules, whether that relief is denominated as a nationwide injunction or a universal vacatur or a set aside or a stay of a rule. Zach? Jed?
Here we go. So thank you, Neil. I just want to echo her thanks to ACUS for setting up this project and for their help throughout. So what I'm going to speak to now is just the design of our project. It has 3 phases, which are designed to progressively build and promote learning throughout the project. So the first phase is to examine orders against agency rules involving nationwide injunctions. So this involves essentially doing searches through Westlaw and other databases to try to see, well, which agencies are exposed to this form of remedy, and to find some characteristics about which agencies might be of interest, in what context they're being affected by this remedy. The second phase, which we're going to talk about in more detail in just a second, involves a set of case studies on the order of 10. And we're aiming to collect relevant agency documents, if any, or policies on nationwide injunctions, and then to interview agency officials with an eye towards how they understand the scope of relief, how it affects their operations, and the like. And the third phase, which we have not quite yet gotten to, is a broader survey in which we're going to try to reach out to a wider number of agencies. And again, based on the learning that we've done in the first 2 phases, in particular the case studies, we're going to develop a survey and try to field that to a wide number of agencies and hopefully get a sort of broader perspective on how nationwide injunctions may be affecting agencies. So we've completed phase 1. That is we're still reviewing it, but we've largely completed phase 1. And that, again, is the phase in which we're looking at essentially how courts have been affecting agencies. So looking at Westlaw databases for orders and the like. And I'm just going to give you a quick preview of some of the results from this phase 1. Here we're going to look, what I'm going to show you is just based on nationwide injunctions, self-styled nationwide injunctions. So we have a separate database which we've collected and are analyzing on set-asides or vacatur. That's a separate set of results, which are actually resemble what I'm about to show you, but I'm not going to present those. And what we've done here is worked both as a team, the 3 of us, principal researchers, and then also a set of RAs to read and code these cases, conduct quality checks and the like. So this just shows you the number of nationwide injunctions issued against agencies from the early 90s through roughly the present. You can see that there's a really dramatic number of increase in the number of nationwide injunctions, particularly around the Trump administration, which is on the right-hand side of this figure. What you can see here, what we've done here is broken up the results by the agencies that are affected. You can see that DHS on the right-hand side, again, of this figure is one of the most prominently affected agencies. Although other agencies like Department of Defense, EPA, Department of Interior are also affected in numerous instances, and these are agencies which we've reached out to. So this kind of figure helped to inform us, well, which agencies should we be talking to? This is another representation of similar data. So here we have it's a scatter plot, which shows you the number of nationwide injunctions denied and the number of nationwide injunctions granted against the agency. And you can see that the farther up on the upper right-hand quadrant you are, the more you've been affected generally. And if you're above the dashed line, that means the nationwide injunctions are granted more often against you than they're denied. If you're below the line, the injunctions are getting denied more often than they're granted. And most agencies are basically on the line, which means that they're batting about 50-50. So they're winning as often as they're losing in these cases. But again, you can see the basic story here is that several agencies are disproportionately affected: DHS, DOJ, HHS, USDA, and the like.
All right, so just to tell you about who we have spoken with so far. So with exceptional, tremendous help from the team at ACUS, especially Alexandra, we have made contact with 15 agencies that are up there on the slide. So far, we have completed interviews with 7 of those agencies. Jed, do you want to click it forward? Agriculture, Energy, EPA, FCC, HUD, Interior, and Justice. So at these interviews, we generally meet with 1 or more agency designated contacts. There's usually somebody there from the General Counsel's office. The conversations that we've had are loosely structured, but we ensure that we hit on a few key topics with each agency. We ask them about how they work with the DOJ. We ask them about how they respond internally when they see a court decision that issues a nationwide injunction or a universal vacatur. We've asked them about whether the agency engages in non-acquiescence or has any formal guidance or policies concerning non-acquiescence. We've also asked them about whether they have adjusted their rulemaking activities in light of the fact that nationwide relief of various kinds has become more of an issue. In terms of speaking on the record or off the record, we've been very accommodating to the agency officials we've been speaking with. We're grateful to them for taking the time to share their experience with these issues with us. And our goal is to learn as much as possible from these agencies and to learn as much as possible about how they are responding to these types of relief. And we've found that speaking off the record with these agencies has on the whole promoted that goal of candid and open conversation. So what have we learned? We have learned from agency after agency that their utmost priority is to comply in good faith with court orders, regardless of the scope of those orders. As one agency official put it, we don't try to get cute. There really is a strong sentiment there that compliance with the sort of spirit of the order is important. Related to that, agency interviewees expressed frustration with respect to specific court orders that were vague or were hard to understand. That said, where such orders were being thought about, these agencies erred on the side of compliance. We asked agencies whether they were sensitive to the differences between formally distinct remedies. For example, we asked, would the agency have responded differently if the vacatur of a rule in a given case had been instead a permanent universal injunction against enforcement of that rule? Or, for example, we asked, would the agency have responded differently if its rule had been stayed under Section 705 as opposed to preliminarily enjoined nationwide? The basic gist of what we heard was no. Basically, these are distinctions that were salient to us as law professors, but they did not seem that salient to the actual agency officials on the business end of these orders. Perhaps relatedly, we found that folks at most of the agencies we spoke to so far didn't seem to be that familiar with class actions in challenges to rules. That may partly be a function of the subset of the agencies with which we've been able to speak so far. We also asked agencies about the DOJ's 2018 litigation guidelines. So these guidelines we found were not prominent in our discussions with agency officials. The officials we spoke with didn't recall having input into the formulation of these guidelines. Last but not least, we've also asked agencies, are you adjusting how you are doing policymaking because of the existence and the increasing prevalence of these types of relief? For instance, are you breaking up your rules into smaller chunks so that everything doesn't get enjoined or set aside all in one fell swoop? Or perhaps are you shifting over to adjudication instead of rulemaking with the same end in mind? And what we have more or less heard is, we're not really changing what we're doing on the regulatory side. One fairly typical response that we heard was, we do our rules carefully, we evaluate litigation risk, but we don't plan on losing. So that is what we have discovered so far.
Great. And so we're just going to close with a few questions. These are, I believe, also included in the materials that ACUS distributed to you before the meeting. But we're going to put them up here for public discussion again. And so and these relate to what we've learned so far from the interviews that Neela was just pointing out. So the first question is, we're trying to understand how the form of relief affects how agencies respond to court decisions related to their rules. So, so how does the form of relief, that is vacatur versus injunction or the like, how does that affect agency reactions to the adverse rulings? Second, we're interested in the APA issue here. And some have argued recently that the APA should be understood only to authorize courts to set aside rules as to the plaintiffs as opposed to universally. And so we're interested in your understanding of the scope of the relief under the APA. And we're also interested in your view about how this plaintiff-specific understanding, if it's widely adopted by courts, would affect the day-to-day operations of agencies. And the third question relates to the sort of, if you take a step back and think about how the rise of universal injunctions or universal vacatur, how that affects the way in which agencies might be regulating. So does the rise of nationwide injunctions, is it affecting the content of rules? Is it affecting, as Samila was pointing out just a second ago, the possibility of agencies structuring rules differently so as to avoid the negative consequences of a nationwide injunction? So we're interested in any thoughts you have on that issue as well. So I'll just leave these three questions up and say thank you so much for inviting us, and we look forward to your thoughts in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Why don't we turn to the membership for comments, questions, responses to the questions that the consultants posed and so on. Does anybody wish to be recognized? Nick Perillo, please. Good to hear from you.
Can I be heard by the people on Zoom?
Yes, you should be with the microphone. Yes.
Hi, Nick Perillo, public member. Thanks very much to Mila and Jed for the presentation of this important project. I had one thought about the question of how one should compare agency reactions to universal vacatur orders with agency reactions to universal injunctions. And I guess you said so far you're seeing very little difference. And I mean, I'm guessing the reason for that is that even though an injunction would be backed by contempt in a way that a vacatur order is not, I assume that these are negative injunctions, as in the agency is being told not to enforce a rule. And in that kind of scenario, if you're talking about government officials, consistent with what you said about the officials not getting cute, there is this very strong norm of compliance with any kind of court order. And so you're going to get the same kind of behavior in response to a negative injunction and to vacatur, even if vacatur is not backed by contempt, because if the agency is simply being told not to act, they're going to go along with that in a way that more opportunistic private parties might not. Just looking back to some of my own research on agency non-compliance with court orders, I think where you tend to see that is when there's a mandatory injunction. In other words, when there's a court order telling the agency that it has to affirmatively do something, it has to expend resources in order to do something, and it has to take those resources away from something else. Those are the areas always where I saw actual compliance problems, which were generally always in good faith. It was just difficult for the agency to comply because it had to affirmatively do things. The only instance I recall of seeing an example of an agency failing to comply with a negative injunction was actually an injunction telling the Department of Defense to stop a worldwide vaccine program for U.S. military personnel. And they had difficulty stopping the program simply because it was so widespread and involved so many service members that it actually took a rapid expenditure of resources for them to tell everybody to stop. So that's, one possible theoretical reason for why you're observing so much similarity between vacatur and the injunctions you're looking at. I did also have just a couple of questions about the data that was presented, which is quite interesting. The striking graph where there's the huge increase in universal injunctions just in recent years. Does that include universal vacatur, or is it only orders that are styled as universal injunctions?
Yeah. So just to briefly respond to that second question, this is just self-styled nationwide injunctions. So we have a separate data sets that's about set-asides, and the vast majority of those will be universal in nature, and is not as recent a historical kind of phenomenon. Yeah.
Right. And so I guess one of the things they'll be confronting is, because I mean, we often hear that there's been this huge increase in universal injunctions, but if universal vacaturs, if adding universal vacatur makes the upward trend less dramatic than the equivalence or the near equivalence of universal negative injunctions and universal vacatur that you're that you're trying to figure out here becomes really key to the analysis, I suppose.
Yes, no, definitely, we agree. Yes, and thank you for that point. Yeah.
Nick, could you just identify, you have a seminal article on the contempt power in the context of, in this context. Could you just identify the article for us?
Sure. It's called The End Game of Administrative Law, Governmental Disobedience and the Judicial Contempt Power in the Harvard Law Review 2018.
Thank you, Nick. Dick Pierce, please.
So the distinction that Nick draws, that I think is very important distinction, I don't think it works in a lot of cases, because in many cases what's being enjoined is either a decision to rescind a pre-existing rule that then requires the agency to act once the rescission is enjoined or stayed, or it is a stay or preliminary injunction issued with respect to a new rule that then requires them to return to the status quo ante, and the status quo ante requires them to engage. The stay in Mexico situation is a really good example of that, where it's not, you just can't do what you want to do. It's you got to go back to keeping these people in Mexico and cutting deals with El Salvador, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that distinction actually applies to
Our consultants. Thank you, Dick. Who else would like to be heard? Kristen Hickman, and then we'll turn to Jen Mascott. Now she's right in the middle. So, all right, you're getting deference, Jen. Here you go.
I think mine is just quick, and it's just a question, and was wondering if you had looked at or thought you might look at, at least in the DOJ, DHS context. I know they have sort of a unique situation. Maybe other agencies do this as well, but at least in the immigration context of having joint rules. And so to the extent, my guess is probably a fair number of those were the ones that were enjoined. So I guess I'm just wondering if it would be useful during the study to look at least for DOJ, how many of the injunctions are coming against just DOJ rules versus what they're doing with DHS. And does the fact that two agencies might be impacted and then have to cooperate with each other impact the way in which they collectively respond? And then the second question is, with DHS being such a large department and having many sub-agencies, many of which have different subject matter jurisdictions. Again, the immigration ones are probably going to be a lot more readily subject to challenge than like a FEMA action or something. If there might be a more granular, it might be good to in a more granular way break out which sub-agencies, like is it the Border Patrol, is it USCIS, who's actually having action taken against them? And then does the head of the agency perhaps have some influence in how it responds as opposed to the secretary driving everything centrally?
We'll hear from Kristen and then to Don Elliott.
So this is a little bit half formed in my own head, and for that matter, maybe it has to do with tax, and tax is sometimes weird, even though I maintain it is not exceptional. But in any event, with respect to your second question about the APA and setting aside rules only as to the plaintiffs as opposed to universally, I suppose it's more of a question than a comment, but in thinking about how an injunction works with respect to stare, or how overturning a rule works with setting aside a rule works with respect to stare decisis. So at least in one recent tax case, there was sort of an argument to only set aside the rule as to the plaintiffs, but then anybody who was within the same circuit would be bound by the same rule. So even if you set it aside with respect to the plaintiffs only, the IRS simply wouldn't be able to enforce that rule against any other taxpayer in the same circuit. Meanwhile, at least with respect to the tax court, even if the tax court decides that a rule stands, it'll follow if one circuit says, we think the rule's invalid, but another circuit says we think a rule is valid, the tax court will follow the law of the circuit. So you get different taxpayers being treated differently because that's just the longstanding way the tax court has worked. And part of that is a function of stare decisis, I think, more than anything. So consequently, I just wonder, I've struggled with this idea of setting aside rules only as to the plaintiffs as feasible in the face of stare decisis. Surely it doesn't have to be universal to have reach beyond setting aside rules only as to the plaintiffs. Anyway, like I say, half-formed thoughts and tax specific, but hey.
Thank you, Kristen. Don Elliott, and then we have some members remotely who would like to ask a question, and I'll get to them after Don.
Don Elliott, Senior Fellow. I would be interested in knowing what percentage of these nationwide injunctions survive on appeal as opposed to being reversed. And also knowing how that does or does not compare to other forms of review of agency decisions. I think that's important in terms of trying to decide to what extent this is really a problem. I don't have much of an intuition with regard to that, but if nationwide injunctions are less likely to survive on appeal, that would tend to suggest that there's more of a problem here than with just standard judicial review. There is some data, including data that Peter Schuck and I got years ago in a project for the administrative conference about the overall baseline degree to which agency decisions are upheld on appeal. And I think there's more data in other things, since then. But I would be interested in that.
Thank you, Don. We have three members appearing remotely who wish to be heard. First, Bill Funk, then Jack Bierman, and then Bernie Bell. Let's start with Bill.
Hi, Bill Funk from Liaison from the Administrative Law Section of the ABA. I have a question with respect to number 2 of your questions in regard to organizational standing cases. When the Sierra Club or Public Citizen sue to overturn a rule, does it make a difference whether it's individual as to the plaintiff? I mean, the plaintiff is the Sierra Club. Now that presumably would be nationwide in any case. And therefore, is there a distinction between a universal injunction in that case or individual? So that's really my question, is if anybody's looked into that or thought about it, or whether a court would say, well, they had to have individual members establish injury and so forth for standing, would the injunction only go as to them, those individuals of the Sierra Club or public citizen, if one adopted the only as to plaintiffs approach? I understand that, I mean, Professor Harrison has come up with that idea, but I'll vote with Mila and Ron Levin on that subject. So, but I'm interested about the organizational standing issue.
Let's hear from Jack Bierman now.
Thank you, Matt. Jack Bierman, I'm a public member. This is a really, really interesting subject. And I just wanted to mention quickly, I assume you've looked at the material about the Social Security Administration in the early 80s, where there was a famous instance of agency non-acquiescence in an adjudicatory system. And that is instructive in terms of what happened with that. I find it almost impossible to envision coming to any firm conclusions on the legal issues, like the one that is mentioned in number 2 on your questions. And I sort of envision ACUS doing kind of an amicus brief in support of neither party, on something like this, where we give really
Get it, Jack. We don't have litigating authority. So
no, I don't mean it as literally. I mean as a report, that the report would read like an amicus brief in support of neither party in terms of laying out the issues and the arguments, about the propriety of the different forms of relief and what their consequences ought to be, because I think it's an insoluble legal puzzle, because it requires an authoritative voice to actually give the answer.
thank you, Jack. That the non-acquiescence issues that arose in Social Security were actually the subject of a ACUS project a number of years ago, on which the Assembly was not able to reach consensus, but it did result in an excellent article in the Yale Law Journal by our senior fellow Ricky Revesz and Sam Estreicher, NYU, which they wrote for ACUS. Bernie Bell, please.
Hi, yeah, this is Bernie Bell, public member. This is a really wonderful study. Just had 2 questions. The first is, you mentioned non-acquiescence and talking about the questions you were asking agencies, but I noticed you didn't mention it when you talked about what you'd heard. So I wonder if non-acquiescence really plays much of a role with regard to nationwide injunctions or universal vacatur, or if you found anything with regard to that, as opposed to situations that we were just talking about, where you're talking about non-acquiescence policies with regard to adjudication, which presumably several agencies do have such policies. So just wondering what you'd heard, if anything, from agencies with regard to that, and what your thinking was on that subject. And then the second question is, have you explored at all how agencies deal with lawsuits seeking universal injunctions in multiple circuits? So I suppose just recently, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten the specific, I should know what the specific rule was that was challenged, but I just don't. But recently there's been one that was challenged in several circuits that was ultimately consolidated in the 6th Circuit. So my understanding was that was a creative way of dealing with the same lawsuit in multiple circuits. And is that something that occurs more frequently? And have you thought about or asked agencies about whether there are any particular problems when dealing with that sort of lawsuit?
I think I could speak for the consultants saying that your second issue does figure into the study. Did you, sir, remind me of your name? I'm sorry.
Raymond Peeler.
Raymond Peeler, I'm sorry.
I'm from EEOC, and
you're Robert Gerard's successor. Oh no, the EEOC. I'm sorry.
EEOC.
I'm thinking of OPM. I'm sorry. Apologize. EEOC.
So to the third question about whether prospective injunctions affect the manner in which we regulate, I would actually take that back a step to this question of organizational standing, because I think there's been a much greater willingness by courts to find standing in situations where they didn't 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. And that certainly factors into our decision making when we know that we're going to be in a protracted suit if we are going to issue a regulation. And so we have to think about that resource wise. And we also have to think about it by, instead of just having our policy shop working on a regulation, also involving the folks who are involved in our defensive litigation and looking at and being involved in the preamble drafting in a way that we've never done before.
Thank you. Alan Morrison.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. First, the document we have here in front of us talks only about agency rules. I'm quite sure that both DACA and DAPA were adopted through orders, not rules. And so you want to be sure that you pick up everything that comes in that has the effect of a rule, or it's functionally equivalent to a rule, not necessarily through an adjudication, but just they issue a policy statement, somebody's going to go after it. Number one. Number two, you had the president listed up there, but obviously in all these cases, the order may go to the president, but it's actually affecting an agency. So you ought not to treat the president as a separate category on the list there. Third, the recent case involving the mask was an example. It's involving wearing the masks on the airplane. There was one person who didn't want to wear it, and it was clearly it could have applied only to people who've actually come in and done it. So it's actually, the point I want to make is that for years, before anybody got worried about national injunctions, the courts of appeals on direct review cases were routinely staying order rules that went into effect. And so and nobody seemed to be very upset about any of that. And the question is, why are those different? Is because there are 3 judges and it's an appellate court. And there was often no more of a record or no more of an argument than there would be on a preliminary injunction, and often cases less. So I just offer those as suggestions in terms of moving ahead.
All right, we have 3 more. We have 3 more members who seek recognition. We're almost out of time. Curdy, I'm going to turn to you for 1.5 minutes. John Duffy gets 1.5 minutes, and Alan Zeev gets 1.5 minutes, and then we're done. Then we got to move on. Ann O'Connell, I'll give you 1.5 minutes. We're bumping up against the next project, and there will be an opportunity to provide feedback after the meeting. But Curdy, please.
Kirti Datla, public member. On the third question, I just had 2 thoughts. One thing to think about is whether maybe agencies are considering the severability of their regulations more in light of the possibility of universal relief or not, a rule not being struck down in its entirety. And the second is whether they're staging their actions in response to this. So doing a repeal separately from the replacement rule or something to that effect.
Thank you. John Duffy.
Yes, I just want to say that the way the question or issue 2 is phrased doesn't really do justice to at least some of the people who are making that argument. That argument is that the set aside language has nothing to do with remedy. It's just merely saying to the judge, you put that rule or that agency action aside because it's not law, and then you adjudicate what remedies the plaintiff is entitled using presumably things like federal equity law or some other source of law that gives remedies. That's the Harrison position, at least, which has been mentioned earlier. So I think you just want to maybe do justice to that position and focus more on the set aside rather than as to the plaintiff versus universally. Thanks. I'll send an email to you.
Thank you, John. I think that point actually came up during the consultative group meeting, maybe from Sam Bray. Allison Zeev, please.
Hi. So quickly on the point about the cases being consolidated in the Sixth Circuit, that's a particular provision in the OSH Act that provides that the cases that are filed within a certain period of time all get sent to one circuit, but most agency organic statutes don't have a provision like that. So just to also the person who mentioned that standing seems to be expanded in recent years. In DC, I'd argue that it's as contracted as ever. I think that these issues arose primarily because people started seeking preliminary injunctions in APA cases where for decades that was not the normal practice. And so one thing for the group to think about is whether there's something different to be said about preliminary injunctions as opposed to the final relief. I think it is important to think about how you would provide if the remedy of set aside, which I believe is the same thing as vacatur, were to apply only to a particular plaintiff. Somebody else mentioned, what do you do with an organizational plaintiff? I think that shows how it's really, it's not workable to be just as to an individual plaintiff. That would mean an agency wouldn't know who the decision applied to unless they had a complete list of all public citizen members, for example, or a complete list of the members of the Chamber of Commerce. And there could be, one rule in effect for hundreds of people or thousands and thousands of people, and another rule in effect for the rest of the country. And I would think that would be more unworkable for agencies than the current practice, which I think has been sort of despite DOJ's arguments, or preference to the contrary, the vacatur and set aside have been normally applied throughout the country. And I think that's also consistent with the nature of rulemaking and judicial efficiency. It's really just more workable for both agencies and stakeholders.
Okay, thank you very much, Allison. I do know that the distinction between interlocutory preliminary relief and final relief figures prominently into the project, and the consultants are studying that distinction. I'm going to turn finally to Ann Justice of O'Connell, who deserves to be heard, especially given the conditions under which she made it to the plenary session today.
All right, two quick things. For any agency, if the challenge is to be held in the first instance in the appellate court, there's of course a lottery provision about which court it goes to. And the second thing, just to pick up what Alan Morrison said, I would urge you to consider AG certification decisions in immigration, because this gets to your written questions on non-acquiescence. But after the Castro-Tum decision about preventing administrative closure by immigration judges, 3 courts kind of prevented that decision. And so you actually had some circuits where one policy was going and other circuits where another policy was going.
Thank you very much, Ann. Members, of course, will have an opportunity to provide additional input, ask additional questions in writing after the plenary session, and we'll send out some instructions on how to do that. They will probably go through you, Alexandra. Thank you, Mila. Thank you, Jed. Thank you, Zach and Absentia. And with that, we will move on to the third and final recommendation, and then there will be another segment on the program. So let's just trade places here and move on to the third recommendation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just tell me when we're ready. Okay, the third recommendation on the plenary session agenda is automated legal guidance at federal agencies. This recommendation comes to us from the Committee on Administration and Management. I wish to thank the committee chair, Aaron Nielsen. Thank you for coming in person, Aaron. Our consultants, Joshua Blank and Lee Osofsky, and our staff counsel, Alexandra, who's here for this recommendation as well. We'll first hear from Josh on the report and then Aaron on the committee's work. Josh, please.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. I'm Josh Blank, and I'm a professor at the University of California, Irvine School of Law. My co-author and co-presenter is Lee Osofsky, professor of law at the University of North Carolina School of Law. On behalf of both of us, I'd like to thank ACUS for the invitation to work on this project and offer a couple of minutes of introduction at today's meeting. Our report addresses the rise of automated legal guidance across the federal agencies. Through chatbots, virtual assistants, and other automated tools, federal agencies are increasingly relying on artificial intelligence to help the public understand and apply the law. A few examples. Emma is a virtual assistant created by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services that answers questions that users have about U.S. immigration. The Interactive Tax Assistant is an online tool created by the IRS that answers tax questions specific to taxpayers' personal circumstances. And Aiden is the virtual assistant created by the U.S. Department of Education that helps members of the public receive answers to questions about federal student aid. In our report that grew out of this study, we surveyed the use of automated legal guidance by federal agencies and offer a number of in-depth case studies. We find that automated legal guidance offers agencies an inexpensive way to help the public navigate through complex legal regimes. However, we also find that automated legal guidance may mislead members of the public about how the law will apply in their individual circumstances by oversimplifying the law. Automated legal guidance is likely more powerful than static publications because the advice is instantaneous, it appears to be personalized to the user, and it's often non-qualified. In light of these trade-offs in the report, we offer policy recommendations for agencies' use of automated legal guidance, and we organize them into 5 categories: transparency, reliance, disclaimers, process, and accessibility, inclusion, and equity. The ACUS Committee on Administration and Management has used our report and recommendations to identify what it believes to be the best practices for agencies to consider when they develop, use, and manage automated legal guidance tools. We look forward to the discussion today and the vote about these best practices. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you for the excellent report. We'll hear from Aaron now, the committee chair.
All right, sure. So this is another example of why the Administration and Management Committee is the most fun of the committees at ACUS. We were able to take a deep dive into something that is tremendously important to real people. And I confess, I had not thought about it before. We had a couple of meetings about this. They were fairly spirited. It was hard to do that online, but we had good participation. And we came up with recommendations that we're excited about.
Thank you, Aaron, for the brevity. Aaron runs a very tight ship during the committee meeting. For those of you who haven't attended one of his meetings.
It was just 2 meetings.
Let's turn to the manager's amendments first. Is there any objection to adoption of the manager's amendments? Without objection, the manager's amendment or amendments the manager's amendment is adopted. General discussion. Are there any members who wish to be heard on this recommendation before we turn to the pre-submitted amendments? Did you have something, Nadine? Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone? Do we have anyone online? Or virtually, I should say. Do we still have Ron Cass here, by the way?
Yes, we do.
Wow, your family must be very patient, Ron.
They are very kind and patient, and I will find out what that will cost later on.
Okay. All right. Let's turn to the first council amendment, which appears on lines 22 through 29 of the red line, as it appears both in the booklet and also on the screen. Ron, may I turn to you on that one?
Yes. What we were trying to do here was to both make this a little clearer and a little more concise, and to avoid repetition in some parts of this. And it was also trying to make clear that there was a reason why there may be a heightened risk of reliance here that was stated in the report, but not in the original draft of the recommendation. So hopefully that this is viewed as a friendly amendment and not as something intended to make a change in what is being said.
Aaron is nodding.
Yeah, friendly amendment.
Is there any objection to council amendment number 1? Without objection, council amendment 1 is adopted. We'll move now to the council inquiry, Alan, or question if you prefer. which appears on, well, the pagination, it appears on line 23 of the red line in your booklet. Where does it appear on the screen now? Appears on line 22. The council's question, which I'll just read here, it relates to the word users. Here and elsewhere, does users refer only to direct users of automated legal guidance tools or to third parties as well, if the latter, should an amendment be made? Aaron, is that something we should turn to the consultants on? Would you like to be heard first on that question?
I guess I will say that during the committee, I think we should listen to the consultants to make sure. I don't think it came up during the committee. I think my sense of the understanding, as we were talking about direct users, I'm not quite sure who the council is thinking of as a third party, but that was my understanding as we were going through the committee process. We were talking about the direct users. But if we're missing some nuance there, I think it'd be great to hear from the consultants.
Jeremy, we had a discussion on the subject of users. If I may turn to you, the question that I think you had posed, this originated with you, if I may identify you, is the question is, could it be a user? Is it the direct user, or could the advice end up in a third party's hands somehow? How might it end up in a third party's hands? Because you had posed this question originally.
I think there's a couple of ways. In one section, we talk about allowing users to download the guidance they receive from these systems. If that's a printout, it can easily be emailed to a friend or shared with a neighbor. That's one way it can arrive in the hands of a third party. You can certainly imagine this with the use of, say, the IRS system. Another way is that a CPA, for example, could pull automated guidance from a system and share it widely via a blog, thereby reaching lots of people. So it seems that there are a number of mechanisms by which this could reach third parties.
Aaron, would you like to be heard?
Yeah, I don't recall that coming up during the committee process.
Would either of our consultants like to be heard on this issue? You don't have to. I just raise, giving the opportunity.
Sure. Yeah, I basically agree with Aaron that we sort of didn't think about this particular issue. I see how it could be disseminated to third parties who themselves would not necessarily be trying to rely upon it. For instance, if a accountant disseminates it to someone else, they themselves are not going to be trying to rely on it. I guess I don't see why we would need to put direct users, since these third parties wouldn't be trying to rely upon it, but I also don't object to adding direct users if that's deemed preferable.
Alan Morrison.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. This is only in the preamble. And since the agencies take the position that direct users can't rely on it, I can't imagine that they would take any less of a position with regard to non-reliance for indirect users. Maybe this is a problem in the recommendation, but it surely shouldn't be a problem in the preamble.
All right, let's leave the ambiguity be, if in fact it's an ambiguity, and move on to Council Amendment number 2. Council Amendment 2 relates to lines 43 through 49 of the red line in your booklet, and lines 32 through 38 of the red line appearing on the screen. I deem this amendment to be largely, if not entirely, stylistic.
That was how I read it as well. I saw no objection to it.
Okay. Is there any objection to Council Amendment number 2? Without objection, Council Amendment number 2 is adopted. We'll now move to the third and final Council Amendment. Council Amendment number 3, which relates to lines 55 through 60 of the red line in the booklet, and lines 45 through 49 of the red line appearing on the screen. Ron, may I turn to you for the once again for the final time here, and thank you for carrying all this water on behalf of the council.
I'm happy to do it. I view this amendment also as intended to make clear what it was that was at issue in terms of whether and when the agency meant for people to be able to rely on guidance, And it's just relating that thought to the later thoughts about what agencies should do specifically with respect to the recommendations here. I don't think it makes a substantive change apart from that.
Aaron, your position?
Yeah, I don't think it's substantive either, so I don't oppose it. It does seem a little bit strange to me to say in a recommendation that you should especially follow other parts of the recommendation. It's getting kind of meta there, but I don't mind if we've done it before. It just seems somewhat odd to me.
Reeve, is there precedent for this approach?
There are instances, yeah, where we cross-reference.
I have no objection. It's fine by me.
Well, if Aaron has no objection, presumably no one else has an objection, but I'll ask anyway. Are there any members who have an objection to Council Member Amendment number 3?
Ann Joseph O'Connell.
Ann Joseph O'Connell, I'm sorry.
It's not an objection. I guess I'm wondering if there's a comma or an and missing in the middle, including potentially oversimplifying the law and creating confusion, or oversimplifying the law, comma, creating confusion. Maybe I should raise this later once this.
No, please
okay.
do raise it now.
That's what, yeah. If the council wants to add a comma or an and.
I don't think the council cares.
Okay.
Emily, did you have something on this, or are you just sort of nodding with Ann? Unless you object, is there any object? No, we are adding the comma, Chris, yes. Is there any objection to Council Amendment number 3 with the addition of the comma? Ann, one more time, please.
It's either the comma or the and.
No, that's right,
Not
that's right.
both.
You're correct. Let's just see here. And no comma and an and. Is that acceptable to you, Chris? Yes, all right. Just the conjunction, that's it. All right, thank you, Ann. Is there any objection to Council Amendment number 3? All right, Council Amendment number 3 is adopted. Thank you again, Ron, for participating so actively during your well-earned vacation in Jamaica.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate all the work you've done on behalf of the agency, which I say as I'm on my way out the door.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. We'll turn to pre-submitted comments and amendments and questions from council members. I want to turn first to Jeff Lubber's proposed amendment number 1. Do we have that up on the screen? It relates to footnote 2, and Jeff is just suggesting that we alphabetize the agencies, I assume, or put the agencies in alphabetical order by name. I assume there's no objection to that.
I would note that they're not completely in alphabetical order right now.
All right,
The
well,
Committee on Style.
okay, thank you, Jeff. We will, the Committee on Style will take up the order of the agencies in footnote 2, and they will be ordered in accordance with Jeff's suggestion. Jack Bierman has a comment on lines 111 through 115 of the red line in the packet, which appears on the screen. Thank you, Alexandria. Lines 94 through 98, which is paragraph 15. I'll turn to Jack.
Okay, I'm going to have to get that conjunction junction, what's your function out of my head after that previous discussion, but
Just don't sing it to us.
I won't, I promise. Yeah, this just seemed to me to be unrealistic, I guess, is I just put in the weeds, but this seemed a little bit unrealistic that they're going to publish their entire AI tool. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to hear from the proponents whether this is really a realistic thing that could be done in this format.
Aaron, would you like to be heard?
Sure. I could defer to the consultants on this one. It's, as I understand it, and I went back and reading the report, It's the sort of information that would be useful if outside experts are going to be able to meaningfully help in the process. At least that's my understanding of it. It wasn't controversial during the committee process, but I think this would be useful to hear from the consultants.
Josh or Lee?
Sure, I can just jump in on this one. One reason for this recommendation I remember from the committee meeting is it's a parallel recommendation to the immediately prior recommendation, which talks about when automated legal guidance tools provide programmed responses to users' questions. Agencies sometimes use what we've described as programmed responses, or like a decision tree structure. It's always going to be the same no matter what people ask. Other agencies are using tools that use natural language processing and machine learning. And so these two recommendations sort of go together. One addresses the pre-programmed responses, the other how the machine learning process was developed. In terms of the point that was just raised about the value to researchers, and here Lee and I can speak from firsthand experience, these tools raise all sorts of interesting issues when it comes to trying to do research, unlike documents that an agency may retain or that you can go find later by looking at an archive page on the web. If we're talking about a chatbot that says something on June 16th, a couple of months later, if you go to find out what that chatbot is saying at that time, it may be different, and it is almost impossible to go back and retrace the steps and find the original statements. So both of these recommendations are about providing access to the public and also to researchers, and to make it possible to go figure out what was the process that the agency used, and if there's a statement we're trying to find from the past, how can we do it?
I mean, I'm satisfied. It doesn't. No one really addressed the question of whether there's going to be proprietary information that won't be possible to disclose involved in this. But I'm fine with leaving it in as is.
Thank you, Jack. We'll turn to Jeff Lubbers' second proposed amendment, which appears on line 122 of the red line in your packet. It appears on line 103 of the red line on the screen. Jeff proposes including the phrase "when feasible," comma, before agencies. Jeff, do you want to be heard on this proposal?
I just don't want agencies to be discouraged from using these kinds of techniques just because it might be difficult to generate a written record. And there weren't any examples in the report. So I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about how easy it is for agencies to do this and if they've done it.
Aaron?
I mean, I guess, again, this would be one where I think it would be helpful to hear from the consultants. This comes up every time. I think you're right that there's always an implicit feasible for everything stated. As I recall the discussions, we wanted to be more forceful on this one because we thought this was important for people who are going to be possibly relying on these things to their detriment, that they have a copy of it that they can actually have. So we wanted to more strongly push than usual. But, like I said, there's an implicit infeasible for all of them. So we're fighting not that much of a fight there. So if that's the sense of the group, I don't think we would fight to the death about that. But it was, I think, our thought was we would like to push the agencies to make that a priority.
Jeff, did you want to be heard? Do the consultants have a view on this issue?
Sure.
Josh,
Yeah. Yeah. I sort of echo Aaron's comments here. I can't remember if it was this recommendation or another, but there was at least one recommendation where we sort of discussed whether we should have this, feasibility or sort of it's our recommendation type language. And we felt that that is implicit in all of the recommendations. They're all recommendations and all subject to feasibility. So it didn't make sense to us in the case we were considering to sort of double feasibility it. So to speak. As for what's happening, agencies are not currently providing a written record, but I don't actually see this as an area in which feasibility would be that difficult in terms of, which recommendation should we be particularly concerned about the feasibility. From the models that we looked at, you sort of walk step by step through different screens. And I actually don't think it would be particularly difficult for agencies to sort of create an image of each screen and to provide a date and time stamp as we suggest.
Yeah, and we also in the discussions talked about models we've seen in the private sector, or when you go to apply for a loan and you fill out a bunch of questions with your answers, and at the end receive a complete record of everything that's been asked and that you've answered. Technologically, we've found that in the private sector, this is not unusual at all in terms of all of the issues that we discussed in the committee and that were concerns in the report. This one is also a pretty important one. And as researchers, we can tell you how incredibly difficult it is to keep a record of your interactions with either a tool that uses pre-programmed questions and responses or a chatbot. You have to have the foresight to take screenshots of every single screen, know how to do that and save it all. And I think in the committee discussions, I recall also what Lee said, because it uses the word agencies should allow, as many of the other recommendations, the thought was that this is just a recommendation, not a mandate, but putting a limitation on this one compared to all the others might signal that it's not as important.
No amendment? Do you want to be heard further, Jeff?
The agency's members don't care.
Okay, so we'll move on to the last pre-submitted amendment, which comes from Jack Bierman. Before I recognize Jack, though, I just want to ask Bernie Bell if he's seeking recognition on with respect to the Bierman amendment. I just want to see where we are on the map here.
No, this would be separate.
Okay, so we will. We'll hear from Jack first, and Jack's amendment relates to lines 128 through 129 of the red line in your packet, and lines 111 through 112 of the red line on the screen. And Jack would strike the phrase "in a subsequent investigative or adjudicative proceeding." Jack, I'll turn to you.
Yeah, I just, as I said in the comment accompanying that, I think there might be other instances in which they would want to depart from a guidance, and I wouldn't limit it to that. I think it's included. If you just leave it out, all are included. And I understand the emphasis on penalties, because with penalties, there's often there's a strongest reliance argument. So I understand leaving in the reference to penalties as a specific call out.
Aaron?
Yeah, I agree with Jack. I think this is a helpful proposal. I think it makes it clearer to read, and it is substantively in line with what we're trying to say.
Thank you, Aaron. I've never heard you object to a deletion. So is there any objection to the Bierman amendment? Without objection, the Bierman amendment is adopted. I'm going to turn to Bernie Bell now first. Bernie?
Yes, thank you. I'm Bernie Bell, public member. And I had not planned on making this amendment, but given the discussion earlier with regard to possible third parties getting written copies of a communication someone else had with an automated legal tool, it seemed to me that it's important for agencies to have a legend on any printout if they intend it not to be binding on them, that the agency actually say that in the written record, so that the third party who receives a copy of that communication knows the agency's position, that they can't rely on that communication. So that's basically the point of this amendment. And I thought this was the best place to put it, but I'm going to defer to others if others think there's someplace better to make that point.
May I turn to you, Aaron? Thank you, Bernie.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I'm looking at that for the first time, so I'm always worried that I'm missing something. But I think that's in line with what we're saying. It's consistent with the structure of the recommendation overall. So I think that's a helpful amendment, but that's based on 8 seconds of review. But it looks good to me.
there any objection to the Bell Amendment as it appears on the screen on lines 112 through 113? All right, without objection, that amendment is adopted. That brings to conclusion our pre-submitted amendments. Are there any amendments from the floor, whether you're in the room or remote? Reeve, there's no one else remotely who seeks recognition, is that correct? Okay, then we'll proceed to a final vote on the recommendation. All those in the room, let's start with those in the room. All those in the room who are in favor of the recommendation, who otherwise would be asked to say yay, please hold up your blue cards. Opposed? Now I'll ask the same. I'll ask those who are appearing virtually to vote. If your vote is in the affirmative, please raise your hand in the chat feature. You're nodding, Alexander. That's good enough for me. The yeas have it, and the recommendation is adopted. I'd like to thank once again Aaron and Josh and Lee and Alexandra. And with that, we'll turn to the last item on the agenda today, and I'll just wait a moment while we switch up personnel here. Todd, you all set? May I start? Yep. Thank you. We'll now turn to the second Office of the Chairman project on the agenda. Statement of principles for the disclosure of federal administrative materials. A draft of the principles appears in your packets and will soon appear on the screen. We'll seek the Assembly's comments on this draft, just as we've sought them on draft model rules at prior plenary sessions. The Office of the Chairman will carefully consider your comments when it after the plenary session, when it prepares the final version of the principles. I'll now turn this part of the program over to Jeremy Grayboyce, our Director of Public and Interagency Programs, among many other things. And he'll introduce the project and lead the discussion, and also, of course, I hope, acknowledge Todd's role in this process.
Indeed. Great. Thank you, Matt. Let me just offer brief opening remarks before turning to Attorney Advisor Todd Rubin in the first instance, and then to you all for comments and questions. As you know, ACUS issues targeted recommendations on specific topics and over time comes to develop a body of recommendations that address broader topics. For example, as we'll discuss this afternoon, a large number of recommendations address the disclosure of various types of agency records under current law. Indeed, a new project now underway will take a comprehensive look at those statutes governing disclosure, and it is anticipated result in proposed recommendations for this body's consideration. Given a large number of recommendations on this single topic, the disclosure of federal administrative materials, the Office of the Chairman decided to develop a statement of principles that would synthesize those recommendations in a comprehensive but convenient format. We think this approach has at least two important benefits. For one, it can be difficult for readers, much less members and staff, to digest the many recommendations that ACUS has adopted on this important topic. A single synthesis also tends to reveal and clarify important principles underlying this body of best practices. And so we present for your consideration this first statement of principles on the disclosure of federal administrative materials. Again, I'd like to thank Todd Rubin for his exceptional work identifying relevant recommendations, analyzing them, and consolidating what turned out to be a fairly voluminous body of work into this single, easy-to-use document. Before turning to Todd, let me reiterate that while this draft statement is on Assembly-adopted recommendations, it is not itself intended to be a product of the Assembly, It is instead a product of the Office of the Chairman, intended as another important tool to help readers understand and ultimately implement ACUS's body of recommendations. To that end, I hope today's discussion will focus largely on the substance and overall approach of the draft statement rather than grammatical or stylistic edits. We've found this to be a useful exercise in the past, perhaps most notably, as Matt mentioned, for gaining input on a draft of the revised model adjudication rule several years ago. Although we have a document up on the screen, Todd won't be redlining it as we ordinarily would a draft recommendation. If you have grammatical or stylistic edits, I encourage you to email them to Todd Rubin by the end of the month, and we'll consider all of them as we work to finalize this first statement of principles. Thanks especially to public member Jack Bierman, who has already sent us several excellent edits, which we will incorporate in the final document. So with that, let me turn things over to Todd for brief remarks.
Thank you. First, want to start off by thanking several ACUS staff, Gavin Young, Jeremy, of course, you, Reeve, Matt, for excellent edits. So my approach for this was to first come up with as many recommendations that I could pertaining to disclosure of these materials agencies received during rulemaking, adjudication, or that they produced during administrative processes. And that turned out to be something like 100 recommendations dating back to ACUS's very beginning. And for each one of these recommendations, I extracted a certain 3 basic pieces of information. One was what were the agencies or who were the agencies that these recommendations were directed to, the exact names of the administrative materials, so public comments, guidance documents, specific names of guidance documents, and then any specific provisions pertaining to disclosure. And so there emerged 4 major themes from these recommendations that are reflected in the bold headings of the statement. So recommendations pertaining to where agencies ought to publish documents, so whether in the Federal Register, on websites, or elsewhere. Then how agencies ought to go beyond publication in certain circumstances to include email lists and social media and other forms of more affirmative disclosures. Recommendations pertaining to balancing disclosure obligations with protecting sensitive materials, and then development of written procedures to internalize best practices. And so within each one of these categories, there were certain recommendations that dealt more extensively than others. So for instance, with respect to where agencies ought to publish, we have a series of recommendations called public availability of, so guidance documents, inoperative guidance documents, adjudication materials, and so on. And so there were about 8 or so of those that spoke most directly to that question. With respect to going beyond publication to include more affirmative outreach methods, we had a few recommendations that spoke most extensively to this topic: public engagement in rulemaking, negotiated rulemaking, and other options for public engagement, early input into regulatory analysis. So I narrowed down that initial list of about 100 recommendations to 15 or so that I think most extensively dealt with disclosure. And then, so the principles derive mostly from that limited set of recommendations. And then after putting together the principles, I then went back to that broader list to see if there was anything I left out or any way of illustrating the principles. And sometimes a recommendation that wasn't directly on the subject of disclosure, but may have had a paragraph on it, provided a really good illustration of the principles. So at the end of the day, this statement ended up incorporating material from many ACUS recommendations, about 100 or so. So this is intended to be a living document. So as ACUS issues new recommendations, like the one we issued today, undergirded by Don and Josh's report, those will be included in this statement. So I expect this to morph somewhat over time as ACUS continues to get into this area. And yeah, just look forward to your input, questions about the process of developing it or about the substance of it. And we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Todd. So I think the best way to start our discussion is by inviting general comments, particularly with respect to the overall organization and approach of the statement. Anne.
And Joseph O'Connell, Senior Fellow. I'm curious about the boundary lines. And of course, I have a vested interest in my question. So my question concerns a disclosure of who's leading the agency. So agency staffing and delegation orders. So you talk about descriptions of agencies, organization, and functions. But in December of 2019, ACUS did adopt 2 recommendations about disclosure of staffing. And I'm wondering if that falls within, and even if that doesn't fall within administrative materials, I do think delegation orders would fall in, and I'm not sort of sure where you think of them. And I'm sorry for the incredibly self-interested question.
No, that's a great question. Todd, do you want to discuss sort of how you arrived at a working definition of federal administrative materials?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to sort of the evolution versus legal?
Sure, go for it.
I guess initially we were thinking of the statement as being one of consolidating what ACUS has said about legal materials, so rules and sort of internally binding materials like guidance documents, adjudicative orders. But then we realized that the principles that the principles applicable to those documents are also applicable to a wide variety of other documents. I think as to your question about delegation and staffing and so on, I guess I envisioned that as being incorporated into the phrase, I guess it was descriptions of agencies, organization, and functions. It was a little bit of a balance, right, to try to like include everything, but at the more specific you get, the less of a statement this is, and more of just sort of a rehashing of recommendations. So there was a balance there. But I think the purpose of this conversation is to flesh out where that balance may have tipped too far in either direction, and this may be too general. So I think we can do some revisions there to capture that the exact idea you talked about.
I think even just the addition of the word staffing might be there.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff Lovers, Special Counsel. I actually found a recommendation that you didn't include on your list, which is a very impressive list, but it's recommendation 2012-5 about joint rulemaking, and there's a recommendation in there that says that agencies should make available to the public in an accessible manner interagency agreements that have broad policy implications that may affect the rights and interests of the general public. So I think, interagency agreements, memorandum of understanding is another category that you could include. I also had delegations on my list too, so I was happy that Ann raised that. And the third thing you might think of in adding to your list is contact information, contact us type information, so that there's someone to call at the agency, and that could be categorized as well.
Sure. Thank you, Jeff.
Done.
I'm sure I can make myself heard. Great, Plan B. Thank you, Don Elliott, Senior Fellow. I have a comment. First of all, I'm very supportive of this. I think it's an excellent idea, an excellent project. And I particularly agree with the statement in 1A that agencies should make guidance documents proactively available on their websites. However, both at line 29, which is 1A, and at number 4, which is line 61, I think the present wording, rules, i.e. procedural regulations, substantive regulations, and guidance documents, elides the distinction between rules. Many at ACUS who are not present here today have felt very strongly that guidance documents are not binding. So I think it would be helpful to break it out separately, say rules, but then B, guidance documents, to distinguish between the two.
Even though a guidance document could be a rule under the APA.
Yes, I understand that.
I'm sure. I'm not questioning what you're understanding. I just want to get your perspective on how this should read.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to have them be two separate things, just to avoid the confusion.
Sure.
And I think there is I know the debate about their rules under the APA. I think there are also policy statements of general applicability. And I think what's particularly important here is proactively disclose on their websites. I was disappointed that in the council amendment, we took that out of the recommendation that about improving agency notice and simply made it that guidance documents should be made available. And unfortunately, I think many agencies take the position that a guidance document is available if you know about it and you request it under the Freedom of Information Act. So I think being clear that this is a proactive obligation to disclose is a very important step forward.
I mean, I think we can accommodate John's suggestion without doing violence to prior ACUS recommendations, the APA, and so forth and so on.
I think absolutely. Legislative rules compared with guidance documents, we can easily make that distinction. Thank you, Don. Any
And
other?
the ACUS has historically included procedural regulations that are binding in the category of
correct
legislative rules. So terminology gets tough.
Perhaps another terminological debate. Helen.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the effort that probably went into doing this. I don't want to know how many hours you spent on this. I think the discussion just highlighted a concern I have when you take these reports that had a lot of thought and a lot of nuance that goes into them, and we're now trying to distill them into new words where some really complex concepts might get lost in the shuffle about guidance or other things. So my first question was, I was wondering if you did a crosswalk, that maybe for each of these sections you did it, you have a crosswalk to like which recommendation it went back to. Because I think if some people just read these principles, they're going to get lost on a lot of the nuances that are very, very important. So if I just read this, I would lose a lot of key concepts that would not be captured under that. Because the second was like, I know I jumped out at number 6 and I was like, what? You want us to put on the Federal Register every generally applicable guidance document or every time my agency changes an organization or function? And like my head almost exploded. And I was like, I can't imagine how that would ever happen. So then I'm hoping when I go to the report that had that, there's a much more nuanced answer to that than agencies now are flooding the Federal Register with every single guidance document they ever create. And every time we create a new position in an office, we're now updating our manual and having to update that in the Federal Register. So I'm just hoping that like once you delve into it, there's a little more depth to it than what's on what's written down.
That's a great point. That actually, I think, is a 552 requirement, which is itself quite vague and ambiguous, which leads to an ongoing recommendation project, which will hopefully be before this body in December on looking at ambiguity in the statutory scheme itself. But Todd, did you have any?
No, I was just going to point to 552 on that question, and then also the recommendations are included at the end for each section, so you should be able to track that.
I think it's to add to that, one additional measure we took to sort of hopefully illustrate these principles is the inclusion of illustrations themselves, sort of building off the model adjudication rules, but also ALI restatements, federal rules of civil procedure, which often provide similar illustrations. So hopefully those illustrate the principles that are discussed maybe at a high level in this case. Any of the other high level organizational thoughts? Jeff.
Jeff Lubbers, Special Counsel. Yeah, the last comment made me think that maybe it would be worth it to be a little more clear. Your first heading is proactively disclosing materials on agency websites and in the Federal Register, combining those two thoughts. And then you have all the way down up to number 5, it's all on websites. And then number 6 is the Federal Register. Maybe the last comments seem to be more worried about things having to be put in the Federal Register, and that's not really what you're recommending for most of these things. So I think maybe you should make that dichotomy a little bit more clear.
Thank you, Jeff.
Carol Ann and then Bridget.
Carol Ann Siciliano, Senior Fellow. To build on Jeff's and Helen's comments, I think what you're doing is selecting the best elements of these many, many, many recommendations and taking them into the modern era. And it could be, building on what Jeff is saying and Helen said, is maybe we delete, notwithstanding 552, which is what it is, you strike all references to the Federal Register in principle, in this first set of principles. Because really what we're talking about is fluid, accurate, dynamic websites. And the Federal Register is what it is. So I would suggest amending the title and then deleting 6 in its entirety, unless it adds something with respect to websites that's not captured in 1 through 5.
Thank you. Bridget.
Hi, Bridget Dooling, Senior Fellow. I really like the idea of a crosswalk. I just want to +1 on that. And I think it might be worth thinking about how to come up with a reference system in these consolidated recommendations that ties back specifically to which recommendation it came from. I saw in the appendix, you list, the 10 or 12 recommendation that it draws from, including the paragraph, which is great. But I think it would be helpful if you could pinpoint, okay, 4A comes from this recommendation. So if you wanted more, you could dig into that one rather than flipping through the 10 that are listed to try to figure out which one was relevant.
Thanks, Bridget. It's a great point.
Because this was designed for accessibility, especially, obviously, as lawyers, we're prone to use lots of voluminous footnotes. What are you thinking of in terms of a crosswalk here? Something more like you'd actually see in the Federal Register for a rulemaking?
I mean, I think you've got the start of it in the appendix now. I would use the recommendation number, so 2020-6 with the paragraph 4 right next to it. Or even just the 2020-6 and then let the reader flip to the appendix and find that it's paragraph 4, I think would be fine and not too visually cluttered.
Fantastic.
Should have a table of some sort.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. I see we have Judge Manuel on the virtually.
Yes, hello, Jeremy. Thank you. Alex Manuel, I'm the liaison to ACUS from the ABA ALJ conference. I just, as I went through here, I was wondering if it might be helpful to put in more of a sort of a brief discussion on the importance of redacting or going through materials as you sift through them to publish them. I don't know if you think that's appropriate to put in a list, a document like this, but when you say, sort of classify certain documents, sometimes you have to be careful before you just post them on the website. And it might be good to sort of put a reminder about that. And so I'm thinking of, for instance, when you mentioned the adjudication documents, some documents, of course, in certain cases are filed under seal and might not be appropriate for disclosure. Documents, adjudication and decisions that might reveal proprietary information or other privileged kinds of information or personally identifiable information. So I just thought I'd mention that.
No, great point. Todd, thoughts?
Yeah, I think we could probably take that and beef up. I mean, as you see, that section of the statement is the thinnest one, perhaps appropriately so, given that we've, I think, put the thumb on our scale of disclosure over the years. But that being said, I think we could probably add a couple more specific items in that section pertaining to the issues he just raised.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you, Todd. And sort of building on that, I should mention, this is, obviously some degree of interpretation is involved in any exercise of this type, but this is intended to reflect the pre-existing recommendations of the Assembly. This exercise itself may reveal gaps that may lend themselves to future projects. So if you identify gaps, please bring them to our attention as well. Any additional thoughts or comments? Alan.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. I just wanted to raise a question about what Bridget said just a moment ago, and that is, I like this format with principles in it, and I hope it doesn't turn into a law review where you've got a footnote, the world is around Columbus C 1492 and everything like that. I mean, if people, and I take it in some of these cases, these are compilations of 2 or 3 recommendations that you put together, and you don't want to skip them. I think it's a much more useful document when it doesn't have, it's got the basic sources at the back if anybody wants to go look at them. And this is going to be read and reviewed by the chair and others. And I hope it's kept in a simple, readable format, because I think that's the beauty of this approach.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's its greatest strength, but I take what you're saying, Bridget, and I think we can figure out a very simple way of doing a crosswalk that makes it even more accessible.
I know Jeremy shares your aversion to cumbersome footnotes.
Indeed, I do. Any additional general thoughts? Please, Carol Ann.
And it's Carol Ann Siciliano, Senior Fellow, and it's a great thank you for our implementation committee that Kai and Andrew and I are working on. We're looking for exactly this kind of communication tool that boils down into modern sensibility, the many nuanced recommendations that we all worked on. And I really applaud this. And I think the format is promising. I know you'll keep thinking about it. We want to make it as user-friendly as possible, because we really want to get our recommendations into the hands of the people who are in a position to implement them, and to make it as easy as possible. And I know you'll figure out the crosswalk solution, but I wanted to say a big thank you for this project.
Thank you. And thank you as well to Kai and Andrew for your leadership and implementation.
You were here,
advisory.
Carol Ann, earlier when Jeremy acknowledged the, oh, good. Good.
Yes. But as Todd mentioned, this really is a living document. So, and if we undertake more of these are all living documents. So as you have suggestions, please come to us with those. If there are no other additional high-level thoughts, it might be useful just to sort of quickly go through the various subsections of the document, just to see if anybody has any thoughts. Looking at the preamble first, the main point of the preamble is to provide a very high-level overview of the basic statutory scheme, along with a general description of what is encompassed within the category of federal administrative materials. Any general or specific thoughts on this section or this approach? Jeff.
Just on the first, Jeff Lovers, just on the first paragraph, the Presidential Records Act, is that the disclosure statute? I think it is. And then the Ethics in Government Act, maybe? Just putting that up for your consideration.
That's great. Thank you, Jeff. We'll take that into consideration. Any additional thoughts on the preamble? Great. If not, I will move to the first of, I believe, 4 sections, which is proactively disclosing administrative materials and agency websites in the Federal Register. Obviously, we had an excellent discussion about really emphasizing websites and perhaps de-emphasizing Federal Register. Any other thoughts on this section, general or specific? Great. If not, I will move to the next section, using supplemental methods to proactively disclose administrative materials to members of the public. Don, this will obviously be heavily revised in light of today's new recommendation on improving effective notice. But any additional thoughts or comments? Don.
Don Elliott, Senior Fellow, I'm just a little concerned about number 2 and the idea of, rather than disclosing decisions, you could disclose a representative sample of those materials. I guess the question or concern about that is, at least with regard to some issues, a decision may be representative for one thing, but not other things. So I don't know how to solve that problem, but I just am a little bit concerned that if you disclose some, how do you know whether or not that's representative of anything? Maybe you can disclose something on an issue or something like that, but I think that's potentially a loophole and potentially confusing. So I think you need to work a little bit more on what that means.
Jeremy, could you just speak to the provenance of that particular provision?
I can.
It comes directly from an ACUS recommendation, and that particular point, if I recall, was heavily debated.
It does.
And if you might give some examples, maybe SSA.
Yeah. It predates my time here, but the recommendation itself is 2018 3, I believe it's public availability of adjudication materials, which deals with decisions, but also underlying materials. And I believe the recommendation itself is that especially in mass adjudication schemes, it would be perhaps resource intensive and perhaps not necessarily useless and may actually work against transparency to make millions of decisions publicly accessible in some database each year. So that is the provenance of that. Todd, I believe you've faithfully represented the recommendation itself, but if you have any additional thoughts.
Yeah, I think there were 2 recommendations that said just that. And I think the recommendations you referred to said something to the effect of opinions that are particularly well reasoned or something, or representative, something to that effect. So it was faithful to what the recommendation said.
Done.
Nonetheless, I think it would be helpful to say what issue the decision is representative of, so that people don't misunderstand. So if you had a heading that said, what the issue is, and then this is a representative decision on that issue, I think that would solve the problem.
Fantastic. Yeah, we'll take a closer look at those recommendations to see if there's any language.
Jeremy, this general subject of the disclosure of agency adjudicative decisions, this has been the subject of some litigation, at least in the last year.
Indeed.
Including immigration decisions. I suspect that our consultants for the pending project that Reeve mentioned on disclosure will be taking up the issue of the disclosure of adjudicative decisions under FOIA 552, and we'll be back in touch with you on that point, Don. But it's a very good point.
Indeed. Jeff.
Jeff Lubbers. Yes, I had a similar reaction to the one of your illustrations on rulemaking on page 5. With respect to public comments received, agencies may decide to disclose a single representative example of nearly identical comments received. And I think that makes sense, but it also might make sense to say how many such comments they got. So, if they got, here's a representative sample of the 2,000 comments we received, just to give people an idea of the scale.
Thank you. Todd, any thoughts?
I'll just go back and see if that's something we could add.
So we have Chai Feldblum on the
Warren
phone,
also.
and then Warren Belmar. Chai.
So I have just a brief comment, underscoring what Caroline said. This is definitely something we think on implementation is important. And to that end, I don't think these documents should be trying to redo the analysis of the recommendations, but instead essentially summarizing. So I think as people look at this, to the extent there's a question, it's worth noting. But the important thing is to make sure it aligns with the actual recommendation. And if someone is now noticing something that wasn't dealt with, yes, then you, as you just said with one of them, might be worth, looking at it in the future. But the main point I wanted to say, what's useful here is that it's summarizing what ACUS has already decided.
Yep, absolutely. That's a great point. And to that point, I guess this goes in tandem with another project the Office of the Chairman is currently undertaking, which is developing staff-produced executive summaries of each recommendation. Hopefully these will be, tweet length, 200 words at most. High-level descriptions, plain language, describing what each recommendation is. And these statements of principles will provide a synthesis then of an entire body of work. Thank you, Chai. Warren.
In the past, we've used phrases like to the extent feasible or appropriate, and that might be something to be incorporated on some of these to let the agencies know that they do have some discretion. And the other thought that came to mind was the timing. You don't want the agencies to wait until they can do everything. So there might be some encouragement for serial implementation.
Yeah, absolutely. Additional thoughts? Not, I will turn to the third section, and I think the fourth section we can take in tandem. The third is using let's see, we might actually be up to protecting personally identifiable information, which we discussed earlier. Thank you, Judge Manuel. If there are any additional thoughts on that, those are welcome, as well as creating written procedures with respect to proactively disclosing administrative materials. Any thoughts on these sections? Great. Thank you. So as you see, we have drafted this in the sense that we have a set of number of principles along with illustrations. Are there any principles that you've seen that you think could actually stand further elucidation, perhaps through illustrations? These can obviously be complicated topics, especially if written at a high level. And if not, having gone through all of the major sections of this document, is there any category of information besides those Anne and Jeff have already identified that you think are missing from this statement, or any category of information that perhaps belongs elsewhere in the statement? I like that. As I mentioned earlier, this statement is designed to improve understanding of the many recommendations on the disclosure of administrative materials and thereby promote implementation of the best practices identified in recommendations. With that purpose in mind, are there additional features it would be useful to include to improve readers' understanding and promote implementation? We have the crosswalk. Any other features that you think would be useful in making sense? Bridget.
Thanks. I'm not sure this, Bridget Dooling, Senior Fellow, I'm not super sure this is exactly what you're asking for, but it occurs to me that in the course of doing this synthesis, you may come across things that conflict directly or indirectly, and I would encourage you to somehow get your arms around those, right? To bring them back for us to address or to somehow sort of raise the salience of those disconnects, because you're looking at a body of work that spans such an extensive period of time and a lot of changes on the ground. I don't know that it belongs in this document, but it strikes me as something that could be very useful for generating future projects.
A retrospective review.
Indeed, I'm a fan.
John Duffy. John, I think you're.
Yes, I got it unmuted. Didn't expect to be called that fast. Just one small comment, and maybe I can give you a comment offline about this, but I was puzzled until I read the illustration about the option under point 11, placing material in a physical reading room, because that does not stop, of course, the material getting out these days. If we're really talking about confidential information, which is what the preamble seemed to do, the illustration actually talks about it being copyrighted material, which is really quite different. Because copyrighted material does not actually protect the information, it only protects the expression of the information. And there's a sort of long line of cases on that. And anyway, you might want to break that issue out separately. And I know that there's a big, copyrighted materials in rulemakings, or even, things that are referenced in rules is a pretty big issue. But I think it's very much distinct from the sort of confidentiality type of issue that you're dealing with in this general discussion. So because I think when I first came across this, I thought a physical reading room doesn't really stop the information from getting out there. If to the extent it's effective at all, it just sort of is sort of a wealth barrier to access the information. But I see that the problem is, I think, your example is copyrighted stuff, which I get. So you might want to break that out separately, because I don't think it's a good option.
Call that they were going to work in chronological order with this angle of.
We will take that under advisement. Thank you, John. Todd, can I turn to you? Do you have any follow-up questions, or is there any information you think would be helpful in finalizing the statement?
No, I think it's online, and as I would just encourage more, anything that comes to mind, just feel free to email me any thoughts. And
yes, any post-session comments should go to Todd. Is that correct? And we can send around a reminder to that effect after the plenary session. And we will put a deadline in there for the submission of comments. I would hate for us to put this in final form and then receive trenchant comment on the principles. So let's.
Correct.
We'll be
Let's say
clear about what the
perhaps
expectations
end of
are.
the month, but we'll include a date in the email that we send around. Any additional thoughts before we close? If not, just thank you. I think this has been an extremely beneficial discussion for us, and I hope for all of you as well. As we said, this is by no means, this discussion by no means ends with today's conversation. So if you have any additional edits, please do send them to Todd. More broadly, we think this model has real potential to improve how users engage with and understand the recommendations adopted by the Assembly. To that end, I encourage you to share other topics, perhaps some guidance documents on retrospective review or public engagement and rulemaking that you feel could benefit from this sort of treatment in a subsequent statement of principles. So with that, I thank you all again. That concludes this portion of the agenda. So let me turn the proceedings back over to Matt.
Thank you, Jeremy and Todd, for leading the discussion. Thank you, Todd, first and foremost, but also Reeve and Jeremy for drafting these principles. And thanks to all of our members today for their input on the principles. And hopefully there are additional ones forthcoming after the session. Let me just remind you that, as Reeve pointed out, the subject of disclosure will be back on the plenary session on the agenda of the next plenary session, correct? That project, as Reeve mentioned, will look at whether the conference wants to recommend to Congress any amendments to the principal statutes governing the disclosure of legal materials, including the Federal Register Act, the proactive disclosure provisions of FOIA, and so on and so forth. Reeve, did you mention our consultants, who the consultants are for that project? We really have an all-star list of consultants, several of whom are ACUS members, and I think it would be useful just to acknowledge them now. I can rattle off the list that comes to my mind, and then you could fill in any gaps. Bernie Bell, who's one of our newest members. Bernie is one of the country's foremost experts on disclosure, transparency, and so forth and so on. Margaret Kwoka at Ohio State, who is perhaps the leading expert on FOIA. Michael Hurst, who is well known to, I think, all of us, our senior fellow. Carrie Colanese, public member and committee chair, who has written several reports for ACUS, including one on the disclosure of guidance documents, which informs one of the key recommendations that's reflected in this statement of principles. I think I'm forgetting one or two, Reeve.
There's one additional name, Orly LaBelle at San Diego, but that is the overall group.
But it's really an all-star cast of consultants. I think it'll be an outstanding report, and it will be a much debated recommendation. That's a good thing. With that, we are done with our business today, except to return the podium to our chairman.
Thank you, Matt, for another terrific job. As usual, that's it. That's a wrap. That concludes our business. Thank you to everyone here and virtually for your participation, your expertise, and your time. And thank you, of course, to the staff for their continued and always excellent work as shown today. Our next plenary session is presently scheduled tentatively for December 15th. Between now and then, I will be calling on all of you, each of you, for further expertise and advice on what I should do as I begin this process of listening and learning. So thank you in advance for that, and have a great summer, and we'll see you next time.